Hello guys, welcome back to IICS Infotech channel. So today we're going to discuss about SQL transformation. Before that, I just want to request you all, if you see my YouTube analytics, so there are a lot of people, they are not subscribed to my channels and most of them are watching all my videos, but they are not yet to subscribe to my channels. Guys, I know you people are like my videos, so that's why I can see here overall 77% people are watching my videos and they are not subscribed. So I can see only subscribed is 22% out of 100. So 77% people are like my videos and they are showing interest whatever the videos which I have created and what are the scenarios which I have explaining here. So this alone itself it can explain. So out of 177% people are liking my videos. So I request you all to subscribe to my channel so that it will motivates me to do more scenario based videos so that it will help a lot of people who are looking for IACS jobs. Okay. So I hope you guys understand my situation. So please support me. Okay. Now let's dive into today's topic. Okay. So SQL is nothing but structured query language, right? So in IACS, so if you want to execute some SQL statements in between the mappings, okay. So if you are end up with such kind of scenarios, we can use this SQL transformation. Even in Power Center as well, we have this SQL transformation. Okay. Let's understand this SQL transformation in detail. See, as I mentioned here, SQL transformations are used within data integration process to transform and manipulate data directly in the SQL database. So from IACS, we can directly execute our queries in databases. Okay, so that it will reduce the need of extensive data processing in the cloud environment. So this is especially useful for improving performance when working with large data sets. Okay. So this SQL transformations, it will allow us to write a custom SQL queries to perform any kind of operation such as if you want to filter out some data before loading into the target tables. So we can use this SQL transformation and we can write some filtering queries, or if you want to join some conditions, okay, if you want to join some data, so we can use this write this joining query in SQL transformation. Or if you want to aggregate some data and load into the target table, okay, so we can use this SQL transformation. And there are some aspects, key aspects. I have given some use cases and what are the benefits if we use this SQL transformation and what are the features we have in SQL transformation. So use cases here we discussed filtering, joining and aggregating. So those only I have mentioned here. You can just go through this document so that you will get a clear understanding. Okay. And what is the performance benefits? If we use this SQL transformation, what are the benefits we will get and whether we can improve the performance of the jobs or not. Okay. So it allows processing to occur directly within the source database or a staging database. So if you have a staging database, if you do any some kind of uh, operations in the SQL transformation, so it will directly run on the staging databases. Okay. So this the processing power of the database engine. This minimizes the need for resource data manipulation in the cloud environment. So by pushing computations to the database layer, it reduces network load and data movement. So if it reduces these things, then obviously it will improve overall job performance. And let's see what are the features we have. So we can write, select, insert, update, delete, or we can write some custom SQL statements. Okay. So that will be depending on the business logic. and we can write pre or post SQL commands. And moreover, this SQL transformation, it will support stored procedures, stored functions, and SQL query as well. Okay. So we have some advanced use cases where we can generate dynamic SQL queries during runtime. Okay, based on input parameters or session variables. Let's see one use case here. Suppose you are working with a large data set stored in a relational database, either it is SQL Server or Oracle, and need to filter rows, and you need to perform a join between multiple tables. And at the end, we need to calculate some aggregates such as totals or total averages. So there is a example here. So I have written some query. If you have some data set, okay, so that if you want to do some aggregate calculations like some count, okay, based on the order date, so you can try with this query. Or we have another use case here, and there are some configurations and connection types that we will discuss practically. Okay, and what are the limitations we have if we use this SQL transformation? So for complexity and portability and database dependency, okay, for extreme complex transformations, mappings, and debugging, custom SQL queries can be challenging. So because this needs to be run on the direct databases, right? So if we have any complex transformations, it might difficult to debug the queries. So that's about complexity and portability. If you see portability, SQL syntax can vary across different database systems, right? And which may create portability issues if moving between different platforms. Yes. Let's say now, as you can see, Oracle versions has been changing, right, from one version to different versions. So there might be dependencies will be there, like if suppose Oracle 18, it was released Oracle 11, it was really long back, right? At that time we might having some Linux old versions. So in that way, each systems and each databases will be migrate. The versions will be changing, right? So at that time, portable issues also we will be seeing, right? So that is all about here. So that's all about database dependencies and portabilities. Okay. So here also there are some best practices out there. SQL queries are optimized for performance and especially when working with large databases and minimizing data movements. So this has to be taken care of. If you are moving data from one moving data sets from one transformation to other transformations. So filter and process as much data as possible within the database to minimize the volume of data moved through the cloud pipeline. So we can use parameterized queries as well. So whenever possible, we can parameterize queries to make SQL transformations more flexible and reusable. So this is all about this SQL transformations. Now let's see one practical use case. So I have one use case here. So to find total revenue, total cost, and total profit. So these are the formulas to find out total revenue. So unit price into units sold. So we will get total revenue and total cost, unit cost into units sold. And to get total profit, so we need to do total revenue minus total cost. Okay, I have a data set, sales data. So I have a, in the source I have sales data. Okay, so in target, so I need to uh, get, if you run this query, this is the target table. So I need to pull the data from source and I need to calculate the total revenue. So I need to calculate total revenue and load into the target table. Okay. So we can use this store procedure. We have to create one stored procedure on total revenue. So this is the query to create total revenue stored procedure. So okay, how I am creating here is, so this is stored procedure name. So here I'm taking transaction ID, okay, in transaction ID, and out is O underscore revenue. So total revenue, it's a number or decimal, it's a 10 comma 2, and here select unit price into unit sold. So I'm uh, pushing this value into the, I'm storing this value, the result value into total revenue, okay, from the transactions table. Here is okay, sales data. So where the transaction ID equal to transaction ID, okay, and the total out here, the total revenue whatever I'll get, I'll be storing into this O underscore revenue. So here I have created the same store procedure. If you click on this, sorry, procedure. So here I have total revenue, total cost, and total profit. This is total revenue. Now we're gonna work on this. So I have a transaction table. From transaction table, I'll be getting this total revenue. Okay. So now I'll just rename it as a sales data. Okay. From sales data, I need to load into target sales data with the total revenue. So this is source and target. Now let's move on to the IICS, how we can practically implement this. Log on to IICS and let's create a mapping for this. So I'm creating mapping. So I'll name it as M underscore SQL transformation. Okay. So click on source. Let's quickly configure all these source and target. Source is a source. So let me select sales data. Click on OK. So these are the fields which are coming from the source, right? Now let's select target. So target is in target schema. Select the target table. So this is the target table, and it's a insert, and I'll just enable the target truncated table. So these are the fields. So we have a total revenue. Now we need to get the total revenue by using SQL transformation. Okay. So select the SQL transformation. Let me save it first. So click on this SQL transformation, and we have a, here you can see, click on this SQL. Now what we are doing is, it's a connected one. So we have a like lookup, we have unconnected and connected lookup, right? In the same way, we have SQL, connected SQL and unconnected SQL. Okay. I mean store procedure. Okay. Unconnected store procedure and connected store procedure. So let's connect to the source, and we need to select the store procedure. If you have the store procedures in your source schema, it will automatically fetch. So these are the store procedures I have created. Now we are dealing with the revenue, right? So let me select that total revenue. So if you want to work as unconnected store procedure, then you can opt for this. Okay. So this is the store procedure. Now as you can see, I have a transaction ID in and field mapping. Here we have a in trans ID, right? So we need to connect with trans ID. It's like a in lookup we will give condition, right? So if this matches, then only it will do the calculations. Then output field, this is the output for revenue. So now go to target, we need to map, right? So field mapping. So here we have only one, okay, but we should get all the rest of the columns, right? So for that, what we need to do, just connect from source to target, so we will get all the columns. If you go to field mapping now we'll see all the columns. Let's do smart map. So if you see here, we map output of revenue to the which will come from the SQL transformation. Okay, now this we are mapping it to the total revenue in our target table. So click on this. Let's save the mapping. So create a mapping task and run the mapping. Okay. So let me run the mapping now. Go to my jobs. So we got 101 records. Let us check in the target table. Okay. So we don't have any data. Now let us run the query. So as you can see here, so we got the total revenue. This is how we will use the store procedure. Okay. So I hope you guys understood this. And what you can do, so I'll give the sale data. Okay. So what you can do is you can try to find out total cost and total profit. Just take the same store procedure query. Here instead of total revenue is there, right? Just replace with cost and profit and create two more store procedures and create two more mappings. Okay, however I have created like this, you just create in the same way and check the data in your target table whether you are getting the expected. If you want to do some to find out this is whether this total revenue is correct or not, you can just uh, take this formula. So you just multiply unit price into units sold. So unit price and units sold, just multiply with this. Okay, and you will get, if you get the same matching number, then whatever the store procedure we have created, it is working fine. Okay, so this is all about store procedure. So let me know in the comment section if you are facing any issues on this to finding out total cost and total profit. Okay guys, uh, I'll be giving this document link, okay, and as well as the sales data so that you can practice this one. Okay guys, this is all about SQL transformation. And just a small request, please do subscribe to my channel. Okay, thank you for watching my videos. Please do like and comment in the comment section. We'll meet in the next session guys. Thank you, have a great day. Bye.
Okay, so yesterday we have seen right all theoretical wise what is the CD1, what is type 2, flag method, version method, date method, and what is type 3.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So what is this CD1, 2, 3?
Yeah, SCD1 is simply the updating.
Mm.
There won't be any history. SCD2 is maintaining history with the flag.
Okay.
Yeah.
Type 2 is maintaining history at row level.
Uh,
Type 3
it is column level.
history maintaining with the column level. SCD1 we have done. Okay, so what I do? So in type 2, I'll explain flag and date method. Okay, you try with the version. Okay, if you face any issues, then we'll discuss.
Okay, okay.
Mm. So in flag, what we have to do? So we need to create one flag column in target table. Okay, and if we need to write logic for new insert and in update insert update. Okay, and we need to make flag 1 for new records, and for updated records it's a 0. So let's see how we can design a mapping for this one. So this is the source trans details. Okay, and this is the target t trans SCD to flag. Let's create a mapping for this one. Just log into your IICS, create a mapping. Just go SCD to flag. Okay. So source it's a table. Uh, let's take object trans details. So these are the fields we have. Total 13 fields we have. So next what we have to do is transformation we need to take now. Lookup, right?
Yes, yes.
So why we need to take lookup here?
Because we have to check the key, and if it is exist, then we have to update, or else we have to insert.
Mhm. So first we need to, while inserting or updating, we need to first check in the target table. For insert, if there are if there are no records, if the primary that not null column will be there, right? If it is null, then it will insert the records. So for that operation, it's a insert operation. So these are the target fields. This is the in
So
target. So we need to do,
this
yeah,
target table, this lookup table and a target table both are same, right?
yes, both are same.
Okay, okay,
In lookup also, we need to take same target
okay, okay.
because we need to look up on target right before loading.
Yes, yes, yes.
So here also I'm taking, Okay, return any row, lookup condition. So you will get naming conflicts. Just make it all source as prefix s underscore. Okay, condition lookup in the sense these are all target tables, target columns. Okay, so transaction ID should match with
Okay.
source transaction ID. Return fields any row. Go to advanced here, and what we need to give the condition here. Here lookup active, right? Active flag equal to 1. So what we need to do for the updating? So we have to look up always on the active record only, not on the inactive records.
Okay.
So what condition we need to give then in lookup override query?
Flag equal to active. Flag
Means
equal to flag equal to 0. Lookup ID equal to lookup ID and flag equal to 1.
yeah. So here in lookup, so we can filter, right? So
Hmm.
if you want to look up on active records, always we need to filter where flag equal to 1.
Yes.
Correct. If you do it, this is a target table, right? If you give where flag equal to 1, what we will get?
We'll get only flag with 1 records.
Which is nothing but only active
Active.
record will
Only
be.
active.
So in lookup source filter, just give flag equal to 1. So it will always look up on the active records only. Correct. So this is the condition we need to give, filter condition, and that's it. Okay. So next what we have to do, so here we need to create flags, right? For insert and update we need to create a expressions. So for that take expression, go to expression, create output fields. So first what I'll do, I'll just write for insert flag. Okay, o underscore in flag. Okay, so for insert it is a 1, right? So I'll take decimal. So here we need to write expression if for the first time. So if you want to insert first time, so what we need to do is null of trans ID. So this is a not null column, right? If it is null, then it has to insert, or else it should go to the update record.
We have to update.
Yes. So if you see here in target table, we don't have any records, which is nothing but null, right?
This is a new record.
So which is new record. So all records will be inserted into the target table. Okay. So you are clear, right? Till here, insert.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So next we need to write the expression for update. So what I'll do for that, o underscore update. So what is here? Update insert now. If you are getting new record from the source, what we need to do? First we need to insert that new record, updated record, right?
Yes.
So here 4 is there, now it is in it is a H. Here if you see, first we loaded C, order priority C. Okay, now we are getting an update record from source for trans ID 4, it is a H now. So it is a updated record. In update, what we need to do? First we need to insert that one. So first we will insert this entire record. So that is what we have done here. We inserted and we made the flag value as 1. Okay. So then in update only, we need to update the flag value equal to 0 for this transaction ID. So for this
Okay.
transaction ID 4, we need to update flag as 0 so that it will become as inactive.
Okay.
When you look up again, we'll always look up only where flag equal to 1. So this will not come.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So update insert flag. Here what we need to write expression for updating.
First, we have to find the flag.
Mhm.
Update the flag to 0 if it exists.
No, that is secondary. First, while updating, what we need to do first?
We have to change the active record to 0. We have to find the
No one where first you you leave this. While updating, how you will update the records in SQL? How you will write a query?
uh,
Say I have
updates. Uh,
employee ID 101. Okay, employee ID 102. I need to update it as 102. In SQL, how you will write a query?
update statement.
How you will
Update the
write?
table name.
Update
Set employee
table
number equal to
set employee ID equal to
102,
hmm,
where
equal
employee ID equal to 101.
to 101. So here you are matching, right?
Mm,
Employee ID should be matching. Employee ID equal to 101. So
mm,
in
mm.
this case,
Okay, okay.
transaction ID should match, right? First.
Okay.
Okay, so that we need to write here. So in this way, if trans ID equal to this trans ID is nothing but which is coming from the lookup. In lookup, it is a target table.
Mm, mm.
Okay, so lookup trans ID equal to source trans ID. Okay, so this lookup transaction ID equal to source transaction ID. It should match to update record, right?
Yes, yes.
So how we will identify whether it should go to update or insert? First transaction ID should match, and then if any columns is changing, if any column still here, item type to order type from lookup and source. So we need to compare each columns. So lookup item type not equal to item source item type. So now here it's a fruits. It is matching. Okay. And lookup sales channel not equal to source sales channel. So here it is online, here it is online, it is matching. So it is a false. Lookup order priority not equal to source order priority. Here it is H, here it is C. So it is not matching. So true, correct?
Yes,
So in
yes.
this way, so we will send the records to update. So in update, it will insert all the records. So here we need to compare all the columns here.
Oh,
By matching all, this should be matched. This is a key column, right? So this should match first. And we need to compare all columns. Transaction ID equal to source transaction ID and item type not equal to source item type, or so with this or we will need to write all the, we need to compare all the columns. Okay, so here I have already written the logic. I'll just copy paste. Okay, you are able to see, right? It's visible, right, for you?
yeah, yes. Okay, fine.
Now
I
it is
can
clear.
see. Yeah.
So if trans id, this is from lookup, equal to source trans id, and item type not equal to source item type, or so it's like two conditions should satisfy. This should satisfy and any one of these. If any one of column is not matching, if any one of the condition is satisfying, then it will go to the update record. Okay.
Okay. While doing update, even if there is a change in one column, do we need to update the entire column or just one that column alone?
We need to, it will take all the record. How you can just update only one column? It's not the case, right? Then it is not a historical data.
Okay, okay. Hmm.
If you just update only order ID, rest all columns will be null.
Right, right, right.
That's
Okay,
not
okay. We have to
correct.
insert.
So we have to insert entire record with updated column.
Okay.
So in that way we can track the entire history at row level.
Okay, okay.
Clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay, validate. If you don't want to compare all this, you can just use MD5 checksum. This. Okay. In expression, you just create one output MD5 function. So that I will explain at the end. Okay. Click on OK.
Okay.
So now we are done with insert and update. So insert is done in update. Update insert is done. Now we need to update the previous flag as 0. This we inserted and flag is 1. Okay. But for the old record, we need to update the flag value as 0. So how we can write the logic for that? So now till here we are done. We inserted and if there is any update is coming, so that updated new record also we inserted. So now flag we need to give 1 0. For the new records it should be 1, and for update records also 1. Correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So here O underscore. So let's make now act one inactive flags. So active flag, for active flags I need to make it as 1. Okay. And for inactive flags I need to make it as 0. Okay. This is This is what we need to create in the expression transformation. So now we are done with all this. So till here it's fine. So you are clear, right? Till here.
Yes, yes.
So now what we need to do? So we need to route the data. Insert should go to insert and update insert go to update tables. Okay. So for that what we have to take? To route the data, which transformation we will use?
Router transformation.
Hmm. So here we need to take rotor transformation. We have to create the groups, correct? In this two groups we have to create. One is for insert. Insert is nothing but these are the expressions we have created in expression. So insert is nothing but in flag, right? If it is true,
Yes.
it will go to insert. Okay, this is for input group, insert group. Next, this is update insert. For update insert flag should be true. Okay.
Okay.
So now we need to route this to the target, right? So this is the target for insert. Okay. So don't enable truncate. So field mapping. So now this is the important thing. So how we will map the fields. Okay. So this is only for insert. It has to insert and we need to make it as first insert. So let it should insert all the columns. So we need to map all the columns. Okay. And we need to make it as 1 and for the flag column. So here, so these are which are all the source fields here. These are all the columns coming from the source. So we need to map all source columns to the target table. So for this historical tracking data, we need to manually map the columns because we will be using lookup, right? If you do smart map, all lookup columns will map to the target table.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we need to map manually. Total profit. So now we we missed here something here. So till here we are doing, but we have to do first before this. So to maintain historical data uniquely, we should have this, right? Surrogate key.
Yes, yes.
So for surrogate key, what is this? It's a sequence, right? So we
Mm-hmm.
need to take first sequence. Then only we can pass the sequence value to this transaction key. Transaction key, which is a custom column which we created to identify all the records uniquely. Okay. So for this transaction key, we need to
Generate.
pass the sequence generator. So here, generator, take this. We go to advanced, so disable incoming fields. And in sequence, let it be all like this only. Okay. Increment by 1. This is end value, initial value. I'm not using any cycle options here. So now we got sequence. I'll just map this to the target transformation. Okay. Now we'll do the field mapping here. If you see here, now we got next value and current value. Okay. So next value, we should map it to transaction key. And this flag, right? So for
Hmm.
this flag, what we have to do? So we need to make it as 1.
One. Always.
So active flag. So in active flag, we made it as 1, right? Active flag equal to 1, inactive flag equal to 0. That's how we hard coded. So for flag, we should map the active flag. Okay. So till here we are done. So insert is done. So now what we have to do, we need to update, right? So for that, so this is a insert. Now I'll just copy this. So I'll just take instances of this target table. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll make 2 copies. So one is for update insert, one is for update. So I'm just using same target table only. I'm not taking any other tables here. In some scenarios, we might be we need to uh, create separate tables as well to maintain updated records or insert records. But most of the time, we will use same target table only. In that way, it will be stay in a single table. So this is a update insert, and this is update update. Now here you click on this router. By default, the default group will be mapped to the target table. Okay, so we need to disconnect this. So insert should go to insert table, and update insert goes to update insert. In update insert also, we are maintaining the sequence, correct? So it should be till here we are done. So we have passed sequence generator to the insert table. Okay. Now it is a update record. For this also we need to maintain the sequence. Now you tell me, should I take sequence generator or I'll just use the shared sequence?
Sequence generator.
I need to take one more sequence generator. Do I need to take one more or I can just use the same sequence generator only?
New sequence generator.
New sequence generator. No. If I take new sequence generator, for the same table for updated records, it will start with 1, 2. In that way, it will start. So surrogate key, it should not be duplicates, right? So here we
Uh,
will get duplicate records. So for that, we need to use the same sequence. Same sequence. It's the same table only, right? The
yes.
same table. So I'm just passing the same sequence to the update for update insert records. So it will continue the sequences. So insert is done. For insert, we have taken the operation as insert. Now update insert. So for update insert, what we have to take here?
Update insert.
Hmm? upset or data driven.
In
In
uh, update insert.
update insert. So this is for normal purpose we will use. In the last sessions we discussed, right? So if it has any new record is coming, then we will use insert. If there is any update record, we will just use update. But
Mm-mm.
new records and updated records are coming, we'll just use upsert, update or insert. But
Okay.
here we need to maintain historical data, right? So for that we will use data driven
Oh,
because
okay.
we have given the conditions in router.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have to use data driven. DD insert. This is update insert, right? So I'll use DD insert based on which column it has to insert. Transaction key. Okay, don't enable truncate table.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So field mapping. So it's already mapped because from here I have made copies, right? So whatever the operations I have performed in this, so all same will be copied. Just we need to make some flag changes. That's it. So all columns should match here. So transaction key is also next value only. So sequence will continue and the flag here. It is also the active flag one. For update also, we will make the flag value 1. So I am passing the same active flag column. Okay. So this is clear. So update insert is done. Now we need to update the flag value based on the key, transaction key, not transaction ID. If you take transaction ID, we'll get two records. So it will get confused which one I need to update it as 0. Correct.
Yes.
While updating, we should have a one unique column, right? So based on
Mm-hmm.
that only we will update. So in this case now I'll take transaction key. Based on the transaction key, I will update the flag value. So for update, I'll pass update insert. But what I'll do here, data driven. Now it's a DD update.
Update. Mm-hmm.
Based on which column I need to update?
Trans.
Trans key. Okay. So here field mapping. So while update, do I need all these columns? No, right? What I'm just updating?
Yeah.
Only
Flag.
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 Only flag. So I don't need all these columns. So I'll just clear it. So transaction key. So this is the transaction key which is coming from target. Target transaction key should match and the flag is inactive flag. That's it. Clear?
Yes.
This transaction key is coming from target table. So the data is already there. So transaction key it will match 4, right?
Mm.
Flag equal to and it will make it as 0. Save it. So mapping is valid. So done. So we have done all logics we have been implemented. Okay. So any doubts on this? like in lookup expression router or in, so this is the important. So how, which columns you need to map, so that you need to be very careful, and the sequence as well. So shall I run this mapping directly? Can I run this mapping directly? Anwar?
Mm, MCT
Hmm?
task.
Should I create mapping task?
Hello, it is disconnected video.
What I'm telling is, should I create a mapping task, or I can directly run this mapping?
Yeah, we can create mapping task.
Why I can run directly, right? All the mappings I can run directly only. Why should
Yeah,
I
best
create a
practice.
mapping? Best practice. That's fine. For this mapping, I need, you are telling me we need to create a mapping task. But why? I told you last time also, if you have sequence generator, you should create a mapping task where it will maintain the sequence values if you don't create
Session.
a mapping task. Sessions are not there in
Yeah.
this ISS, okay?
Yes, a task flow.
Mm. So if you have a sequence generator, you should create a mapping task. Okay.
Uh,
So new mapping task, a underscore set to flag. Okay. So welcome environment. So this is the mapping. Next, if you see here sequence values, it will maintain here. What is the initial value and what is the current value. For the next run, it will change. So it will
okay.
hold the
Mhm.
values in the mapping task. So that's why we need to create a mapping task for this. Okay. Next,
Okay. Okay.
save it. So it is a valid one. So in target, we don't have any records, right? So let me run the mapping now. So I'll just run the mapping. Is it already running, or I think it is running? So it is running now. So we got, it has loaded 101 records. If you see here, from source it read 101, and in target it has loaded 101 records. Okay. So sequence is 102. Next value is 102.
Since
Yeah.
it's all new record, it inserted.
Yes. Since it's all new record, it has inserted. This is the sequence values. It's a surrogate key, and we make it as a flag as one, since it is, these are our active records. Okay. So till 101 we have loaded. Okay, all the flag values are 1. So now what I'll do, I'll update some records. Okay, so here we have 13th record. So I'll make it to garments. Okay, it's online. Priority is high. H. So I made some update on the 13th record. So I'll commit it. So 13th record, I've changed item type as garments and order priority as H. Okay. So if I run this query in source, this is the record, right, which is updated. You are getting Anwar?
Getting this one, right? This record.
Hmm. So this is source. In source, we got a updated record.
Okay.
So okay, now let's try to run the job. Let's see how it will
Which
do.
which column is H, right?
Order priority H. I made it as H. Before it was low.
Okay.
So here it was clothes. I made it as a garments.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So now these changes should reflect in the target table. So what I'll do, I'll just restart the session. So it is restarted. Filter up that. It might be updated. Let me check. So I think it is still running. Where it isn't. It's filter in here. So I think it's done now. So it is updated one record and update insert one and update one. So sequence value is 103. Before it was 102, right? So it has
Yes. Yes.
inserted new record. So next value is 103. It is not changing here. Translate flag. This is not the job. Today's date is 8, right? This is 7. Start. Okay. So for the 13th record, what it has done, it made the flag be 0. So we are looking at old record. That's why it is showing here cloth and L. So it's a insert, right? We need to check at last. So for 13th
Yeah.
record, it is a garments and order priority is 1. Okay.
Yeah, done.
So the flag value is 1. So
One.
it is
Okay.
updated correctly. If I insert new record here, the inserting we need to insert all the values, right? So what I'll do, I'll just again change some. So I'll just update this first record only. Baby food, right? It's a item type electronics. Okay. So it's a online order priority high. This is order already. Units sold is, so I'll make it as 20,000. Okay. So I'll commit it. So now if you run this query in source, so now it is electronics online and 20,000 units sold. Okay. So let's see if I rerun the job. So this is the second time we ran. So there are no insert or there are no update records. That's why it is taken as 00. So if I restart again for this, let me move here. Let's make it 10. I just restart this one. Instead of restart, I will rerun this again. Okay, now go to my jobs. Here it is. Hmm, succeeded. So it again inserted the updated record and updated the flag value. Go to target, rerun this. So for the first record it made 0 and at the last it has updated the new in record. Electronics, online and then 20,000. So this is the flag value is 1. You're clear, right? On this one now.
Yes, yes.
So if you count here, we have 103 records. So how lookup it will do while inserting or updating? First it will check this condition, right? So if I run this query, so we'll get only 101. There are two inactive records. So while updating or inserting, we should not consider the flag value 0. Correct. So that's why here we will always look up on the active flag only.
Okay.
Flag filter condition is also working here.
So this is the logic they will implement in real time, right?
Yes,
CD2.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Same thing.
Same, but scenario will be same,
Mm,
but they might be using some different, either date method or flag method.
okay.
Okay. Now what we'll do, we'll create date method. So this is we'll use definitely. in source, which columns we need to create? Date method.
Date method in source. Source we have uh,
Target we need to create columns, right? Effective
yes.
date, end date.
Mm.
So that we need to
Effective, yeah, you said already.
mm, so here it is a lookup. The functionality is same, okay? Just we need to create some columns, okay? In real time also, based on the project only we will create, but the functionality is everything is same. This is the process, okay? So for flag method, we created some flag columns, right? For date method, we will create some date columns. So that is the differences. So logic wise, functionality wise, everything is same.
Okay.
So target table, I'm using SCD to date table. Okay. So lookup condition. So everything is same. You just need to create all same only. Next is update.
Same pattern.
Same. Everything is same. Only the effective date and end date has been added instead of active flag, inactive flag. Okay. New update. Yes. Date insert. So I'll just write the same logic in flag. Okay, instead of 1 2, I'll just make it text. Come validate. Okay. So we created effective date and then end date, and we have created the expression for insert. Effective date is system date, end date is this we need to map while mapping the target table, right? And this we need to map. So update insert is done. For update, we just need to map end date. Okay. So till here we are done. So all the four we have done. Next we need to load the table, load the data. So this is also similar. So we have created two groups. Next, target, just take instances. So here in target also same. Insert, this is the insert one. Field mapping. So here also you need to map source columns. Transaction ID, item type, data driven. So here it is the
Effect.
insert, right? DD insert,
Yes.
and then based on which key? Transaction key.
Transaction.
So it will update. Field mapping, it is same like insert only. Okay, we didn't load the data. So insert to insert, update to update. Now if we extend this field mapping, so it is same as insert only. So here end date we got. So end date, what is end date is this is the end date. In insert also we have to give the end date. So end date is there, right? We have to give end date. Okay. Now we are done with insert, insert, and then update. So this update should go to update. But the thing is, in field mapping, we need to change it. Clear all mapping. So what we need to change here? So based on transaction key, we need to update, right? So
Yes.
transaction key, target transaction key, and then end date as effective date. So end date we are mapping with effective date and transaction. Based on transaction key, we will update the end date as system date. Okay. Here it's a data driven. It's a update. DD update. So based on transaction key, we will update it. Okay. So now we are done with everything, right? Did we missed anything? No. This same similar to flag method. The only differences is we just added these columns, effective date, end date, and here mapping columns will change.
Okay.
So here also on lookup, we will always look up an active record, which is end date equal to future date. So that we have given in the lookup filter. Okay, let's create a
Okay.
mapping class. So this is the mapping. Next. So these are the sequence values. Save it. So mapping is valid. So before that, I'll just truncate this. Oh, no, it's not required, right? So now we are in take method. So run this. We don't have any data in target. So in source, I'll just roll back all the columns. Okay, now it's connected. Okay, that's okay. We have 100%. Okay, so now let me run the job. And go to my jobs. Hmm. So first time, it should insert all the records. In the interview also they will definitely ask you, so you need to explain all these steps. Lookup, in lookup what you will do, expression in expression what you will do. Based on the method, you need to explain the expression, and in router what you will do, and why you will take sequence for two instances, and why you not taking instances for the sequence for the another update instance. So what you will do in insert, what you will do in update insert, what you will do in update. You need to explain it clear.
This
Okay.
is an important topic.
Yeah, yeah, it's very important. So
Lot of things
mainly,
are here.
if you practice one, two to three times,
Uh,
it will be very easy. Just you need to have a picture how the flow will be there. Okay.
okay. Okay.
So if you see here, transaction key, it's a series of sequence. System date, effective date is nothing but system date, and end date is this 2030. Okay. So now what I'll do, I'll just change this in source. So this only I will change. What it was there here, some food, right? Take it as Indian food. Offline. Order priority, let it be like that. Unit sold, I'll change it to 10,000. Okay, got it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Run this. So Indian food sales channel is offline and unit sold is 1000. This should be
Perfect.
updated, inserted and then updated the effective date.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just restart. Before that, if you open this, so this is how, right, all went to insert table. So sequence the next value is 102. Till 101 we have loaded. Next is 102. It will start with 102. And restart. So it has taken 2. So update insert, it is updated new record and it has updated the effective date. So which is nothing but only one record we inserted, right? So 102 sequence is done. Next value is 103. So only one record is inserted and we just updated one effective date. So if I run this should have a end date. So end date as system date, correct? So today is
Yes.
18. Here also it is 8. And if you go to last, it should insert Indian food offline and then 10,000 units. And if you see end date, it's a future date. Okay.
Okay.
So this
Mm-hmm.
is how this SCD type works. So So today we're going to discuss about one more important transformation. It's a web service transformation. Okay. So yesterday's session is clear, right, for you? SCD types.
Ah, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, clear.
Okay. So web service transformation. So what is this web service transformation? So how we can web service transformation is nothing but from IICS we can directly connect to the applications. Like if you have Amazon, Flipkart, so you will have so many applications, right? Where transportation applications will be there, like PSRTC, road transport services. If you want to book if you want to travel from one state to another state, you need to book a ticket, right? So for that, you will be having applications, right? Red bus, Abibus. Okay, so these are all the some examples of applications.
Okay.
So in ISS, we can directly communicate with the applications as well. To book a ticket in the form of like to book a ticket for bus or aeroplanes. So in if you take in aeroplanes, we also having so many applications like Air India, Indigo, Air Asia, and Dubai.
Yes, yes.
Correct. So here is not this from IACS Cloud. We'll be having a REST v2 connector. So it will helps to interact with the web service applications. So built on REST architecture. You can use REST v2 connector in a source transformation. So from source we can use REST v2 connection and target transformation. So we can directly connect to target transformation or in between source and target transformation, we can use a web service transformation. What is this REST? So REST is nothing but representational state transfer. It is a one type of protocol. Okay, so I think you heard about SOAP connections, SOAP. Do you have any idea on that?
Uh, no,
Okay.
web services generally I know, but
Mhm.
internally I didn't work.
Okay. So it is similar to SOAP only. Now we have a new protocol. It's a REST. So which is an architectural style. REST defines a set of principles to be followed while designing a service for communication and data exchange between two applications. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. Okay. So which is a software intermediarily provided by an application to other application that allows two applications to talk each other. So if you want to establish a connection in between two applications, so we should have a API interface. So a web service facilitates interaction between two machines over a network. How it will communicate? If you want to communicate within two networks, let's say I have now I have a laptop, so I want to communicate with your personal laptop. So how we are able to connect communicating now? So we are using over a network only, right? Without network, we cannot communicate with other machines. So network is nothing but through internet. So these are essential the services APIs that are accessible over the web. So through web we can communicate. So what is this REST API methods? How it will communicate? How you will be sending a signals or how you will be sending a command to other machines. REST API makes explicit use of HTTP methods. So HTTP method, I think you are aware of this hypertext transfer protocol
Yes, yes.
to make a request over network. So this helps to break a transaction down to generate a sequence of small components. Every component addresses a specific fundamental aspect of the transaction. So this modularity makes it flexible development approach. So majorly this what is this web service transformation, REST connections, SOAP connections, and HTTP protocols? All these we will be using in cloud application interface, okay, integration. So this is now we are in CDI, right? Cloud data integration. So if you want to learn more about related to applications, how it will communicate, how you can create some methodologies. So those will be there in CAI, Cloud Application Integration.
Okay.
So in data integration also, they have introduced one component, web service transformation. So we might be able to connect with the application directly to fetch data. Okay, let's say if you want to get real-time data from application directly. So these are the methodologies, methods we have: get, put, post, delete. What is this get? To fetch the data. Put is nothing but to alter the state of data. It is nothing but updating. Okay. So get is nothing but like select. Put is like update. Post to create data. It's like insert. Delete is normal. Delete to delete the data. These methods we will use in REST applications. Okay. So as I said, how we can communicate with the applications. Okay, let's say this is a client application, client server. Let's say it's our local machine, and this is another application database, web server, which is nothing but it is a service provider. So whenever we want to communicate with another machine, first we will send a request, right? And we will get a response. Based on the request, we will get response. So how we will get this? Through internet, right?
Yes.
Which is nothing but web. So as I said, we can get the real-time data by using this REST API. So let's say you want to book a flight ticket. Okay, flight ticket or bus ticket, or if you want to place some orders, anything. So what you will do here, you need to enter source, destination, and on which date you want to book, and orders, how many orders. So this kind of all information you will be entering, right, to book ticket. So let's say you are booking in Make My Trip application. So this application will be maintaining their own databases. So now we want to uh, book on. So here you will be having many flights will be there. Flight information, Air India, and we have Indigo, Air Asia. So we'll be having many applications. So these also they will be maintaining a separate database. Correct. So whenever you send a request, suppose you want to book a ticket on Air India, so you send a request. So here if you see, when we connect to the, so you want to book a ticket to the Air India flight, here you will not be having access, right? For that TB access you will be not having. So whenever we send a request, we can just send a request, that's it. So we cannot see, we will not have any permissions to access their Air India database. So how you can pull real-time data? It's not like select star from, so this flight info db dot air India tables. It's not like that, right? You cannot directly access their databases. So that's why here we will send a request. Based on the request, here also application will be there, right? So it's like a application to application. So Make My Trip is a application, and Air India, here also they will be having an application. So this Make My Trip is a third party application, right? Either you can directly go to Air India application, you will be having Air India application. These flights will have their own databases and their own applications also will be there. And we'll be having some more third party applications as well. So Air India, GoIBO. So if you want to use these third party applications, these will not have direct access to access their databases. So this make my trip, through this we will fill all this, and when you click on submit, right, it will send a request to this particular database, particular application. First it will reach to the application. So based on the request, so this application will process all the details. Let's say here you are booking 2 tickets. Here you have some 1,000 tickets. So out of 1,000, if you book 2 tickets, right? So how many will be there in these many tickets will be there. So these will be available. These two booked. So this application again will send back request through web services, and here we'll get a confirmation. Correct? So here 1,998 tickets are seats are available. The same information also it will put in the Make My Trip application. So if you see here also, it will show 1,998 tickets are available. So in this way, it will communicate. Even though we don't have access to this direct database, so based on the request we send, so application will process that request and send us back the uh, response through web service. Got it?
Yes.
So if you see how it will get request on all things, so this is a client and this is web service. We will send request to web service, right? So here will be like HTTP request. How many methods we have here? Get, post, delete, put. So these are all the methods, and based on the request, the web service will process it and will send a response back to the client. It will be in specific format. So this format is nothing but like HTML images or any videos. You want to get in JSON format or XML format. So everything will be there. And then how you will know that whether the request is successful, what is the state of the request, what is the state of response. When you submit a request, you will get a response, right? You will be having the statuses as well. Status code 200. This is a status code. If you get 200 okay, then the connection is valid. If you get 404, there will be some errors. So in this way, you will get a status code. Okay, you clear on this topic?
Yes, I'm clear.
Okay. So let's see practically how we can implement this in IICS. So here it is a whatever we discussed, it's all in a document format. You just go through this once, okay, after the class. So web service consumer, web service provider. So web service consumer is nothing but allow you to call REST or SOAP from within your IICS mapping. You can use this to send data or receive data from an external system or application. Provider is nothing but allows you to expose your transformations as a web service. This way you can make the results of your integration available to other systems or applications via SOAP or REST connections. So how to use web service transformation in IICS? So this we will see how we can configure all the connections, how we can create a web service component. So how we can implement this component into your mappings. So we'll see all that. So what is the benefits of using so real-time data processing and expose data transmissions as service. So these are the use cases in real-time analytics. Use a web service to get live data from external sources and process it in near real time. So what is the difference between SOAP versus REST? SOAP it is a protocol and REST is an architectural style. With REST, more lightweight and generally easier to work within cloud-based integrations. But this ISS supports both different integration needs. So you will be having some authentication. So if you want to authenticate, let's say like if you want to connect this REST servers, so there will be some authentication methods also will be there, like API keys, OAuth tokens, or other authentication methods when consuming or exposing web services. So it's a simple diagram how it will works. So this is a client and this is the web server. REST request we will send it based on get, post, put, delete methods. We can use all these methods and we will get the response back to clients, either it is a system or it is a mobile. So which format you requested here, right? In that same format you will get it. XML file or JSON file or videos. So if you are using YouTube, you will send a request, right? You will write something to fetch some videos. So let's say you want IACS interview questions. You entered in that way. So it will send a request to the server, to the YouTube server, but you not have direct access, right, to the YouTube application. So they will be having their application. It will receive the request, and based on the request, it will process, and you will get a response. You will get a video. So API application programming interface. Programming interface, how you will be seeing like so interface is nothing but you will get a login page here, right? How you will log in into ISS, you will have a username and password. So that is the interface. It's like a login page, web page. All web services are APIs, but not all APIs are web services. Popular REST clients are, so how you will, let's say you want to connect to some other application. So you should get a end URL, endpoint URL. So first we need to validate. In real time, you will get a endpoint URLs, okay, from clients. So first we need to validate it. whether we can able to establish the connection to that endpoint URL or not. So you need to check the status code of that endpoint URL. So you will have some third-party tools to verify that. So Postman is one testing tool, and CURL is also. So when you need to verify that endpoint URL in Postman or CURL, after that we need to create a REST video connector in IACS, and we need to create a web service transformation. We can use Python as well. By using Python also we can connect. So let's see how we can create web service transformation. So these are the basic mandatory steps. We'll have 10 steps. If you follow these 10 steps, you can easily create a web service transformation mapping. Okay. So the first one is, as I said, you will get an endpoint URL from client. So that we need to verify it. So here I have given a sample API. So I open this. Okay. So what is here is, it is a public user details here. You see here. Uh, so data. So what kind of data is available here? ID is the name, email is gender, and status. It's like active or inactive. It's like whether he's alive or dead. Okay. So these are the informations we have. Assume that this is an application. We need to get this data and we need to load it into a table. Okay. So let's see how we can fetch this data using web service transformation. So first thing is we need to test it, right? Test the API link using Postman. So what I'll do, so I have already installed Postman. You can simply download this. It's a free version. So what I'll do, you just go to the browser here, type Postman download. Okay, you'll get this. Go here. So it will ask whether it is a Windows or Unix. So this is how it will look when you download it. When you download and logged into this application. So just click on this. It will download it and install into your application, into your local system, and sign in with your email ID, username, and password. Okay. So once you download it, so you'll get like this. If you want to sign up, or you can sign up, or if you want to use without signing in, you can use it. Okay, paste the URL here. Just send. Here, if you see, so what I'm doing here, what is the method I'm using here? Get method. If you click on this, you will get another methods as get, post, put, patch, delete, add options. So you can use any one of this method. So if you want to update something, you can use post. If you want to insert something into their applications, you can use put. If you want to patch, like if you want to concatenate, so you can use patch. Delete, if you want to delete something on other applications, you can use delete operation. The same way, head options. Okay. So now what I'm doing is I'm trying to get user details. So that's why I'm using get method. If you see here, this is the status code 200 OK. Standard response for successful HTTP request, which is nothing but whatever the endpoint URL we have, API URL. So it is a valid one. So now we validated. Next, add REST V2 connection from add-on connector. So in real time, admins will create this. So in interview, if they ask you, you should not say that I can create a REST V2 connection, because there will be so many authentications will be there. Okay. So let's see.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Permissions needed.
Yeah. If you say like I can create itself, then they will clearly understand that you don't have
Okay,
real-time
okay.
experience. So now what we have to do, we need to add REST V2 connection, right? Go to administrator. If you go here
And,
connections,
and we create the same in the regular add new connection once without going to administrator.
no, we'll see here. If you go to connections, click on new
Okay.
connection. So here if you select type, you don't see REST V2 connection. This I already created, that's why you are able to see. But this is not a normal connection. You have web service, web consumer, but we need REST V2 connection. You don't see here actually. Okay, so that's why we need to get the license for that. You go to add-on.
Oh, okay.
So here we'll be having different connections, right? Cloud connections. Here you need to search REST. Okay, so you will get REST V2 connector. So here you will get start free trial. So I already acquired it. You click on that, then in connections you will be able to see that. Okay, so you want to get some cloud connections. You have to go to add-on connectors, then search here, then you need to start using of that. Since I already started the trial version, if I click here, it will show, it will pop up here. Now I'll create this with user details, right? This is a connection. Now you are able to see REST V2 connector. Okay, so click on that, select runtime environment, authentication. So these are all the authentications will be there. So OAuth, two client credentials, OAuth 2 authorization code, JWT bearer token, API key. So in real time, normally we'll use client credentials or authentication code. OAuth we will use. Okay. So for trial version, we can go with standard. So let's see what we will get if we select client credentials. So you should be having handy access token URL, client ID you should have, client secret code will be have. So access token. So these things you will be having if you want to go with the authentication client credentials. So authorization code. So you'll have same, and you'll get some more access token parameters, code parameters, client authentications. So these are all we need to fill. So for basic, you can go with standard. So if you don't fill all this, it's not all mandatory. So only the mandatory fields you need to fill it, like connection name, type, runtime environment, authentication, and then Swagger file path. So before you are going to create connection, we should create a Swagger file first. So what is the third step here? Just you need to add connector, that's it. Don't create. So fourth step is create Swagger file and download JSON file. Okay, we'll create it later. First, we need to create a Swagger file. If you scroll down, at the top you will see Swagger files, right? Click on this. Create a new, click on new. Just give a Swagger file name like get user underscore Swagger. Select runtime environment URL. So we have endpoint URL, right? This one. Copy this, paste it here. We should not uh, paste the entire thing, okay? Till here we have to paste. This is the actual URL. Under this, so API base path is this one. This is the base path. So under this we have a another path like users. From this in this user we have these details. Next, what we need to do. So accept is like application or JSON. So since it is in JSON format, right? So here I have given is an application with JSON format, and operation ID is there, right? You can just give the name. That's it. So these are the fields you need to fill. Now save it. When you click on save, it will go to this URL and it will verify all these details. If it is correct, then it will save it. Otherwise, it will pop up an error. Save it. So Swagger saved successfully, which is nothing but the endpoint URLs are working correctly. Okay. Close this. Now download this one. Download the Swagger file. So I have downloaded it. What is this Swagger file? Swagger helps users build, document, test, and consume RESTful web services. Swagger is a specification documentation for REST API. Okay, so it specifies the format, URL, and the method and representation to describe REST. So to create connection, we need to inform to that connection what methods we are using, what are the URL. So everything we need to inform to the REST v2 connection. So that's why all these details will be loaded into a one Swagger file. So when we attach this Swagger file to the REST connection, so it will validate all the connection details. So it's not like a simple direct connection, right? If you when you create this, you cannot just enter the local host and port. You cannot give directly the URLs. So for that we have a Swagger file. In Swagger file we need to configure all these connections and paths. Okay, whatever the token keys are available. So everything we need to create in Swagger file. And for this connection we just attach this file to the connection to the REST v2 connection. So it by default Swagger file has been all validated, all the connection parameter tokens, authentication keys, everything, right? So rest v2 will just use this Swagger file to connect to the other clients applications. Swagger file is a JSON format file. It is mandatory to have Swagger file to configure IICS REST v2 connection to integrate with any REST APIs. Got it? Why we created the Swagger file?
Yes.
Yeah. Then create REST v2 connection and attach Swagger file. Now let's create the go to connections. Click on new REST v2 user. This is a connection type authentication standard. So here we just need to place the Swagger file path. Since we downloaded, right? Now, so here I have downloaded. What I'll do, I'll just move into the source files. Okay. So this is the Swagger file now. So I'll give this path, give that path and the file name. Okay. So now test it. Test connection. So it is successfully able to connect to the Swagger file path. Save this one. Now you see we'll get a connection here. Test with the user. So now we created a REST v2 connection. Now what we need to do, create business service component. So go to ACS data integration. Click on new, go to components. We have seen all these components, right? Hierarchical schema, incident structure model, fixed width, sequence, shared sequence.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
here we'll be having business service. Configure operations in a business service and then use the business service in a mapping with the web service transformation. So we need to create business service. This business service we will use in web service transformation. So click on create business service to get user details. So connection type REST to V2 user. Select operation. Click on this. Select this. So here we get a Swagger file. Okay. Click on this. Okay. Okay. So the operation has been selected. Save it. So we saved it. Now let's create a mapping. Web service transformation. Source. So here we don't have a source, right? So what we are doing here, From web service, we are connecting to the application. We are connecting to the API here. To this API we are connecting. But what is the source in through web service? Will be connecting to the this API link, right? But source we don't have anything. So for that we need to create one dummy source. So how we can create it? Go here. Just create one text file. Okay. In that text file, just mention port and the URL. In Swagger file, we have given right URL. So that URL paste it here. It says dummy. That's it. It will not do anything. So I'll select that one. Go to source. It's a flat file connection. Select. So web underscore user. So we don't have to format anything. Okay, just keep it at like that. So now we need to select web service transformation. Click on this. Select web service. Here you can see incoming is port. So we have mentioned port right in the sample file, dummy file. So web service, here it will say business service. So select business service which we have created. So business service get user right. Select operation. So it's a get user swagger. So in business service we have selected operation right. So that it will ask here. In advance we don't have to fill anything. Request mapping. So we need to map right. So mapping purpose we have created one dummy port. So we'll just map it. So it will not validate with source. From web service only the processing will start. So response mapping. What response you need to get. So what I'll do, I'll just click select all mapping descendants. So it will map all the descendants here. So this is the data, this is the actual data we need to get it. We need to load into the target table. So these are all roots, that's it. Output fields. So these are all the three output groups are there. So which one we need to take? It is a data. So these are all the details, right? These are all the actual user details. These details we need to load into the target table. Now let us connect this to the target. Before this, you want to do some cleansing operations, you can take expression and you can do it. Target. So when I connect, it will show which group you want to connect. So these are the three output groups, right? So which one we need to get? Data. So in this data group, we have the actual user details. So click on OK. Now go here, go to target. So it's a table, right? Select the table name. So I have already created. So these are the columns we have. So what I'll do, I'll just select the table, or you can create a runtime directly. Okay. So it's a insert operation. So these are the target fields and field mapping. So you can just do the smart map. So ID to ID, name, email, gender, status. So this PK root port, these are the default columns which will come from the link here. So mapping is done now. Save it. Mapping is valid. Let me run the mapping now. So basically it will take some time when compared to other mappings, right? So it will take more time than that because it has to go to the web service. Again, it has to go to the link and it need to verify all the data and it needs to be loaded into the target table. The 10
Okay, okay.
records has been loaded. We go here. See, it has loaded perfectly.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Okay, in this way we can fetch the real-time data and we can load into the table and we can do some analysis on that and we can generate the reports at real time. It's almost like near to real time processing. Okay, in real time you will be having all live URLs. For that you will be having different authentications. Okay, so it will take time and we need to be very cautiously. We need to create the mapping so the business can they can generate the reports on the data which we pulled from the URLs APIs. Okay, so this is also entirely depending on the project. So most of all in CAA they will be using this REST connections more often than in CDA. But if you have a knowledge on this, then it is advantage uh, for you. Okay, so it is a one added advantage for IACS developers. So
Okay,
you
okay.
can say
Mhm.
that yes, I have a knowledge on CA application like REST connections, how we can implement REST connections, how we can use web services. So you can say like this.
Only for getting the data, only we will use CI. Other than that, rest of all the transformations that we will use in CDI only, no?
Yes. Now
It's
when
for
you
only
try to interact with applications, either you want to get or either you want to do some calculations, either you want to
oh,
insert some data in applications, application level. So far in IACS, what we have seen in a table level or file level.
yes, yes, exactly.
This is for application level. You want to insert something in your in the uh, uh, what do you say?
Application level. Mm.
Yeah, let's say your client is Amazon. Okay, you want to update something on their databases. So you will use IACS this REST connections to update some records in their application. So to update or to insert, so you will use these methods. Or you just need to fetch data and you want to load into a table and you need to do some operations, then you can use get method. Okay, like we discussed here, so there are 1998 tickets are available. If you want to in between some has been cancelled and it needs to be increased, right? So it's like a altering data.
Yes, yes.
So how you can alter the data? By using put method. Okay, so depending on the scenario we will use these methods.
Okay.
Mm. So yeah, this is all about web service transformation. So for the first time it will be difficult for you, so just follow these 10 steps or you just memorize all these 10 steps, it will be very, very easy. Okay.
Yes, this 10 steps is crucial. Okay.
Mapping talks as well, right? So let's see if we have a different mappings, and you need to run all the mappings in a parallel wise. Okay, so how we can run that? So what are the task flows we have? So if you go to click on new, you will get a asset page, right? So here you have a task flows. So we have these kind of task flows. So linear task flow, and then one task flow, parallel task with the decision, sequential task with the decision, and then single task. So the name itself, we can see that. So linear task flow. Here you can see what they are written here. Combine several integration tasks and run them in a specific order. Task flow is nothing but create control flow logic to run multiple data integration tasks. Parallel task creates a task flow with multiple data integration tasks that run concurrently. So let's see, linear is nothing but it's like a custom one. Okay, so in this we can implement many assignment tasks and all things. Okay, here if you see, these are the task properties. So if we go with linear, so it's like a custom. Based on our requirement, we can create it. Okay. Yes. So first, what is task flow? Task flow is nothing but to controlling the execution sequence of a data integration task. You can run tasks in parallel, use advanced decision making criteria, time tasks, and perform other advanced constraints. So basically, a task flow is nothing but to control the data flow of your uh, mappings. So let's say you have you have created one mapping. Okay, let's say it's related to sales data, and region is India. So this is one mapping task one, and you have another job mapping task two, which is related to USA related data, and you have one more job mapping task three, which is related to UK. Okay, so now we want to load all this data. Okay, so all this data should be loaded into one centralized table. So you need to load in a centralized data center. So in this target, you need to load. So here we have a multiple mapping tasks. Okay. So if it is a region wise files, so how we can create mapping for this? So we will use file list concept, right? We'll use file list concept and we'll load into a single target table. But here you have a different mapping task. So it's like a different workflows. This is one job, this is one job, and this is one job. So now we need to load into the target table sequentially only. So first India should load and then US and then UK. Okay. So in this case, how we can run? So by using task flows, we can execute the mapping task. Okay, so we can control these mapping tasks. So, so controlling is nothing but, so we are defining the data flow here. So how the data flow should happen. So to reach the endpoint, so you need to control the data flow. So by using task flows, we can do that. Okay, so we have all these different tasks. Okay, where is that? Tasks, maintenance. Yeah. So from here, if you see the description is here is there. So basic task is nothing but one single task flow, linear task flow. So whenever you create a task flow, so by default you will get one start step and end step. We can create and configure a task flow that suits your need. In between, we can create n number of data tasks, data integration tasks. Okay. So parallel task is nothing but, so we will be having a templates all these. So parallel tasks, if your major requirement is to run two or more data integration tasks in parallel. So we want to run all these jobs. These two jobs should run parallelly. Okay, it's like uh, in morning session we have created job ID, right? So for these two we have created a group. So in group one, so first this will run and then job to run. But if you want to run both at a time, so parallelly both should run. So if you are in such scenarios, we can go with parallel task. So if you select this parallel task, we can run both the jobs at a time. Parallel task with the decision. The same how we created for parallel task, right? So the template will be same, but in between the decision will come. So what is this decision? You see here, the major requirement is to run two or more data integration tasks in parallel and then make a decision based on the outcome of any task. You start with a task flow that contains start step, a parallel path step, a decision step, and a end step. So this is how we need to create. So with a decision, the parallel task should run. So how we can make that decision in the sense? So you want to run parallelly. So this is a target and this is a source. So before running, uh, this is source 1, source 2. Okay, let's assume source 1, source 2. So before running, you should have a decision task here. So based on the decision, then you can run this mapping. Let's say from source, this is the starting point. You will connect here. Just give me 1 second. Amber.
Uh, am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
So before you are running the parallel jobs, you should have a decision task. So the decision is nothing but uh, okay. So before loading
If
into the,
condition, like if condition.
yeah, it's like if condition. So we need to check whether the source has the data or not. Okay. If the data is available in source, then only these parallel tasks should run. So here we will define it. In the decision task, here we will define it so that if the data is available, then these jobs will run. Otherwise, it will not run. So it's like we are making decision here. Okay. So that is nothing but parallel task with the decision. Sequential task. So this is also same one after the other. So here I have discussed, right? So first India should run, second USA, third UK. It's like in a sequence manner. Sequential task with the decision. So here also same. After each step, we can create a decision. So how we can create? So in SQL, first should run, right? So let's assume this has been completed. Next we will get decision. We can keep here one decision task. So why we are keeping here? So if the data task one is completed or not. If it is completed, if it is succeeded, then only it should trigger the second job. Okay. Here if you get success mark, then it should go to the second. So again this second job will run. Again here we will keep a decision. Next third and then end. So we will start it. So mapping task 1 will run. If it is completed, in decision it will be waiting here. So what this decision task will do, it will be waiting for the status of the job 1. So once it receives the completed status without any errors, then this decision task will get true. It's like if else. So it will become true, it will trigger the second job. So here this decision task 2, again it will be waiting for the status of mapping task 2. So once it is completed, once the data decision task receives the status of mapping task 2, again it will trigger 3. So once 3 is done, then we need to end the mapping task, end the task flow. Okay, this is nothing but sequential task with the decision. Single task is nothing but just one. It's like a one-to-one mapping, right? So you will have start, one decision task will be there here. Sorry, data integration task, and then end. In data integration task, we will give the mapping task. Clear?
Yes, clear. And mapping task, it is only one mapping task or multiple mapping task?
Let me clear that one. So when you create a task flow, so what you will get is by default, this is the template of a task flow.
Okay.
Start, end. In between, you can add a number of data integration tasks. So data integration task is nothing but mapping task. Okay. In mapping tasks, what will you be having? Mappings. Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So this mapping task is nothing but the entire workflow. So data integration task is nothing but one mapping task. In data integration task, here you can place the one mapping task here. So it is nothing but this alone itself you can run, this alone itself you can run. So to run this mapping, we can use task flow as well.
3 ways we can run.
Yes, 3 ways we can run in IACS.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see that practically we will get a clear idea. So go to here, task flows. So task flow is nothing but just basic one. You click on create. So this is how the template will come. Okay, so you can see here start and end. On the left side, It's like you design the mappings, right? In the same way, you will get the workspace here. In mapping designing, here you will get the transformations, but in task flow designing, here you will get the tasks. Okay. So if you see here, mapping task. So this is the assignment task. This is a data integration task, and it is a integration ops task. This is a notification command command task, file watcher, ingestion task, subtask, decision task, parallel task, jump. If any errors should come, it will throw an error, and wait task, end. So these are all the we have. We can make use of these tasks based on our scenario. Okay. So to run the mapping, so you need to take this data integration task. Just drag and drop here. Okay. So the start and end will be there. So if you want to run the mappings, just drag and drop the data task. Here you can see plus symbol, right? Click on that. So it will take you to the mappings folder. So where you have created the mappings. Okay. So all the mapping tasks will be, we need to give only the mapping task. Here you can see the dynamic mapping task is there. So you can select in this way. So it has inserted and it is valid. If you want, you can rename this with the your mapping task name. So what is it? Dynamic mapping task. Okay, in this way you can rename it. So now these are, it's like a properties of the mapping task. In mapping designing, if you take source transformation, so you will get source transformation properties, correct?
Yes.
In the same way, if you take in the task flows, when you take a mapping task, you will get the properties. So how you want to control the data flow of that mapping task. So this is a data task. You can assign the same name to the data mapping task as well. So these are the details of the mapping which we have created. So what is the field names and what is the data type, and if there is any description you will get it here. So what are the input fields are there? For this there is no input fields, right? Events and error handling. So events here is nothing but, so it's like a timer. When you want to interrupt when you want to interrupt the job. Okay. And save it. So the task flow has been validated. So when you want to run this task flow, so you want to publish it. So before running this task flow, you should publish. You click on this publish, then it is ready to run the job. Okay. So it has been published successfully. When you click on run, then it will run the job. If you go on to here, if you click on this, we can see now it has been tick mark has been came green, which is nothing but it is started. Just click on refresh. So now it is in running state. So here if you see orange color, right? Now here the integration service is working on the data mapping task. So still it is running. Now you can see it has been ended successfully. So this dynamic mapping task this data integration task is succeeded. So if there are any errors, you will get like into mark. Okay. So if it is a success, then you will get a green mark. Close this. So this is all you can see. If you want to see the subtasks under this, you can see. So there are two tasks are there, mapping 3 and mapping 4. In dynamic mapping test, we have created two, right? Job 1, job 2. So we have assigned groups as well. I hope you
Yes,
remember
yes.
that. Right?
Yes, morning.
So yeah. So we can see each and every job details. So if you have in dependencies job, then here you will see like view subtasks. So if you click on that, we can see what are the subtasks are there. So under this we have two. So in this way we can create a task flow. So this is what we have created now. So here events, if you select event finding tab, so this we cannot do this in trial version when the specified event occurs. For example, a task flow can be invoked upon an event such as arrival of a file in a file system. The event source name field is available where you can select the file listener that you created for the event. Okay, the event how we can create. So event where we can create is to click on this start, right? Here you will get start. So we can interrupt this job as well. How we can interrupt is when after one error, if there are multiple errors are coming, but you want to interrupt this job. If one single error comes, you want to interrupt it. How we can interrupt is, so here we can define the properties when after one, we go to here mapping task, one fault. So there are no matching faults. Okay. So we don't have input parameters as well. So if you get any error, one error in this mapping task, we can stop executing this job. So by using this events, and if this job is running multiple times, so we want to stop it. So in between timings also we can give here and we can interrupt this job. So at 1 a.m. after select field, so here we should have a related fields we should have here 0 to a.m. Then click on this interrupt. So this is how it will the template will come in this way. So in between this it will interrupt the job.
It is controlling the execution.
Yes, it's nothing but controlling the data flow.
Okay.
So that is task flow. When it comes to parallel task, so by default, these are like templates we'll be having by default. What we just need to do is we just need to import the jobs here, and we need to configure the decisions. That's it. So which one we have taken now? Parallel task, right? Parallel task. So parallel task is nothing but running two jobs similarly. So as we discussed here, so we want to run the job parallelly. Sales this India region, India table and USA table. You want to run both jobs at a time. So what you need to do is just click on this. So you need to select the mapping. So I don't have mappings here, and so it's all again we need to create the mappings. So here also you can select the mapping, second mapping, and save it, just run it. So what it will do, parallelly it will run the jobs. So if you want to add in between, you can define here. Path 0. So you can arrange this one. First in path 0, which one should come here? Data task 2 or data task 1? So this data task 1 should go up and task 2 should come down. So then here you can change it here. So this is data task. Click on this. So here you will get, if you just click down, so task 1 will come up, task 2 will go down. And this, and you have seen this status somewhere, right?
Yeah. Web page.
In the
Web
web
page error.
page, when you
Get
tested
some error. Yes, yes.
endpoint URL, you will get 200
Ah,
OK. So these are all the status codes for the endpoint. So 100 is continuous switching protocols, 102 processing, 200 OK, 101 created. These are all the status codes. So once the job is ended, right, you can check the status code. What is the status of this end? So based on this, you can do some analysis. Okay, if the job is if the job has run, but there you might be seeing some uh, disturbances on the data. So by using this HTTP status code, you can cross check here. So reset content, partial content, multi-status already reported, not modified, switching protocols not accepted. Next we have a parallel task with the decision. See, if you see here, parallel task we have, and then decision is there. So let's say both jobs ran successfully, and you need to decide here what you need to do the next step. So let's say, so after these two jobs are running, you want to you want to run another job, or you want to run another job parallelly. So in this decision task, data transfer 3 equal starts with start. Let's say it contains any value like, so this is related to position. So it's like if both the jobs ran successfully, then it has to go to the third. Where is that data transfer? So I have mappings, I would have shown it here. Want to run the two jobs at a time. Okay. So in the parallel task, what we
Okay.
need to do? So we need to select that mapping task here. Here you will get only the mapping task. You won't get mappings. Okay. So this you need to remember. You cannot run mappings in a task flow. You can run only mapping task in a task flow. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So these two are different jobs, right? But you need to run parallelly. But if you have a similar, okay, if you have in one mapping, so in one mapping you can create parallel mappings here, right? You can take source again, you can take target again. Okay. So here also you can define the flow run. If you go here, if you see here flow run order, here you will get one source. So let me connect this one. Now, flow run order. So you get two sources and two targets. So which one you need to run first? So we can define here. So either this one or this one. Okay.
This is available within the mapping itself, right?
Yeah,
This
this is
flow.
within the mapping task.
Okay.
But
Okay.
if you
Task
want to
mapping
run
task.
two different mappings, so we can go with this parallel task.
Ah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I'll select here the customer mapping task one and second one here is customer. That is company, I think, right? That is company. So this is the mapping name. Here we get it. So now to save this one, it has been saved. So publish it. So now we have the data here. Let me truncate both. So we don't have any records in this now. So publish and then run. You click on this instance name, you will get everything. So you can monitor the job here. So how it is running. So which flow it is taken. See, it went here and then it went here. So both are running parallel. So all both jobs parallelly ran and it has been completed. So if we go and check in the target table, you can see the data. Okay, at one shot, we can run multiple mapping tasks. So this is nothing but controlling the data flow. Okay. Now let's say decision with mapping task. Okay. So I'll select same. So max wait seconds and then task property parameters, output parameters, end time, end message, frame source. So these are all like error handling. So in mapping, while you created mapping tasks, there you will get all the properties, right, for scheduling and error handling. So all the properties also we will get here. So here also we can control the data flow, whether based on if you get any errors, we can terminate the job running. So what is the error output? We can everything capture here itself. So this is related data task 1 and this is related to data task 2. Temp data task 4. Let's select now. So data task 1. So wait time equal to 10 seconds. Let's say. Otherwise, it should go to another task. So before ending, so you want to send an email. Okay. So we here I have two jobs and then I have taken one decision. So after running this, we should wait for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, it should end. Okay. So otherwise, what it has to do, it has to send out a notification or else, where is that notification? Here. So what is this notification is nothing but it's like a alerts. So you can send out an email. Okay. Or you can do some notification or you can create some triggers. You can trigger a process. Okay, these are all the options you will get in notification task. Email, so you want to send out an email too. So let's say I'll take this email only. Okay, this is a, here you can get content. If you give field CC, if you want to give any field names you can give here. So email content type plain text, email body. In body, what you need to pass the email notification to the testers or developer team. So let's say now the job is completed and for developers they need to get a notification email like the job has been succeeded, and you want to know the how many rows has been processed. Okay, data task 1 and then data task 2. So let's see what we will get here. Records, let's say this is from production. Okay, you can. So this is how you can configure the notification email equal to after 10 seconds. So actually this one, let me put this here. Okay. So if it is succeeded, we need to get the success email. Otherwise, if we want to,
What is the 10 equals 10?
here 10 seconds, I have kept 10 seconds, right? Here you can see path 1 equals to 10, value 10.
Okay.
Maximum 8 seconds here. Okay. So after 10 seconds, we should get an email. Otherwise, not required. Just the job should end it. Okay. So this we can use if you don't get an email, then what you need to do, right? So here also you can keep a notification email. If the job is not ran, okay, it should send out an email to development team saying that the job has been failed. Please go and check the job details. So in that way also we can configure. Okay, in that way we can. So as of now, I'm just giving the mail ID. I'll just save it. Publish and then run. So it has been succeeded. So it went to otherwise statement. It has went to other decision. Path 1 equals to 10. So it's not weighted.
Can
It
we
has
check the variable while running?
what?
What's the variable? Can we check the value
What variable
while
value? So if you do the changes here, right, in the mapping, it will reflect in the mapping task. Publish from the job. It went to the notification and then it is succeed. So it is not trigger the second job. Let's see. So the job hasn't rechecked the job log and fix the issue. So job the details is not captured here. Contain success. Just give me. So yesterday we have seen all about like what are the task force will be there, and inside that what are the subtasks we have, right? So there is in detail explanation about each task in this document. Okay, how to create a task flow, and what is parallel task with the decision. I think you have an overview of all these task flows, right?
Ah, yes, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll see about these uh, task flow step properties. So how we can make use of all these. These are entirely, it's like a depending on the purely depending on the scenarios. Okay, so how you want to control the data flow of your mappings. Okay. So based on that only we will use this. It's just like simple how we will write queries in SQL, right? So if you want to filter out records, if you want to make some conditions, so if you want to get the details of some particular tables or particular departments, so you will use functions and you will use write some conditional statements, right? In the same way, in
Yes,
ISS,
yes.
to control the data flow, we will use this. Okay, it's just like simple steps only. Once you go through this, right, theoretical part, then you can make use of these task flows. Okay, so
Okay.
so I'll just give a simple explanation. So where we can make use of these task flow steps. Okay, so let's assume you want to run a mapping. So before that, you need to check whether you have the data or not from the source. Okay. So you have a source here. So you created mapping and to load the data from source to target, and you have used some expression in between source and target. Okay. So this is the mapping. Empty underscore data load. So this is a mapping name you have, and you created a this is a mapping task. You created a mapping task for this mapping. Now by using task flows, you need to control this mapping task. So, okay. So first in mapping task, so you need to check whether the data is available or not. Okay. If the data is available on source, then only you need to run the mapping. So in ISS in real-time projects, you cannot after creating mapping, you will create a mapping task, and then you can just directly you cannot run the mapping task. Okay, in real time. So you should create a task flows. Okay. So there will be some scenarios will be there, like some simple jobs. You can schedule the mapping task, or you can schedule the task flows as well. You can schedule this and you can schedule this as well. So most of the time we will be using task flows to run the jobs. So because in task flows we might be using some different mapping tasks as well, right? So we will be using both mapping tasks will be using and task flows also we will be using. So now let's see. So you need to check before whether the source is having data or not. If the data is not available, first you will start, right? So here data integration task will be create, and inside this you will map the mapping task. Okay. First, if the data is available here, okay, then it should run the your mapping task. It should run your mapping task, and one notification it should send. Okay, and then end. If the data is not available at source itself, so what it has to do? It should send an email saying that data is not available. Notification had to send, and if it is required, you can wait for 3 minutes or 10 minutes and then recheck again. Recheck, wait 10 minutes, 10 minutes or 5 minutes or depending on the scenario. So after the waiting time is done, then again it has to check it. If the data is available, then it has to run and it load the data. Again, if the data is not available, then what it has to do? It has to throw an error like, so data is not available. Okay, it should stop the processing the job. Okay, this is one scenario. So here what you can use in this scenario. So here notification email we can use. Here also notification email you can use. So we can configure so and so email body, and we can give the email IDs, right, in this notification subtask. So here it has to wait, right? We can make use of wait event. So in that wait we can use how much time it has to wait. Okay, and if it is not at all, the data is not available at source even after 5 minutes or 10 minutes, then the job should not run. Okay, it should throw an error with the notification. So here what we have using here, notification we are using, wait event we are using, throw we are using. Okay, so here also we can use uh, after waiting time we have to use jump. So before this, here we can use jump subtask. So after 10 minutes, it should go to the first mapping task, right? So in jump, we will configure to which data task it has to go, either here or here. So it should go to the first, right? So that here it will check whether the data is available or not. So we can use jump. So this is also one subtask, task step. Okay, we call it as these all task step. So this jump pro notifications and this end, these all are task steps. So jump again, it will go here, it will check if the data is available, then it will go in this way, in this path, and it will send out an email, and finally it will end the flow. Okay, clear on this?
Yeah.
Let's see how we can create this. So I have created two mappings here, data availability. Okay, so this is a task flow. So before this, I'll show you the mapping. Paper, data, transit. So simple mapping I have created here, data availability. So what is there in this mapping? I have taken source here, okay, and the source table is trans details. I have taken filter here. So why I have taken filter here is, so I'll just make it as a false. So what will happen in filter if I take false? Here the source records will come to filter. Here it will check. By default I have given false. What will happen?
No records.
No records it will pass, right?
Yes.
So I'm not allowing any records from source to the target. So it will not load any records. Okay, this mapping I will use it as a data availability check. Okay, so next data load trans details. So here what I'm using, I'm just using simple load. Okay, from source I have taken trans details. Okay, this is the table and I'm loading into the target. Okay, t underscore detail. So this means this is a loading mapping task and this one
Zero
is a
loading.
not available mapping task. Okay, so the same mappings I'll take it here. So first start. So this is a what task flow which I'm using here is, it's a task flow. That's it. Okay. So in real time we will take only this one task flow because it's like a customized. We can add any events or we can add any mapping task or any data transfer task. Okay. So it's like a custom based on our requirement. We will take any task steps and we can create a task flow. If there are any requirements, okay, sequentially you want to run, parallel you want to run, all these we can create in task flow itself. It's not like you have to, if you want to run parallel tasks, you have to take this template. No, it's not like that. In task flow, you can create all these. Okay. So just for template purpose, they have created all this. So we can create all this in task flow. So what is this linear task flow? Yesterday, I didn't tell you this. So linear task flow is nothing but just adding all the mapping tasks. So it's like a it's like SQL task only, but there is a difference between linear and sequential task flow. So in linear, what it is showing here, list of tasks. You can just keep on adding all the tasks here which you have created. Okay. So if I have a n number of tasks here, I want to run all the tasks, but the task should not be mapping task should not have any differences. Okay. So in such scenarios, you can add n number of mapping tasks here. You can just add here. It will add in the list. So let's say I'm taking this one now. So it has added. Again, I will add one more. So in this way, you can add a number of tasks, mapping tasks. If you see here sequence, so in sequence it will run. And if this job got any errors, you can click on this stop on error or stop on warning. If any error or warning comes while running this mapping task, so what it will happen, right? It will stop the execution. Okay. Next, it will go to sequence 2. So it's depending on our mapping task. If you know there might be getting any errors or warnings, then you can make use of this. Okay, just save it and you can run this linear task directly. But here you see anywhere that you can make use of these. Wait, it is- Can you use all these subtasks? task steps can you use in that linear?
Yeah, we can use.
Linear task, how we use, where you will use? Do you have anywhere option to select it? When you select linear, it's not opening you like designer,
Ah, okay.
correct? So we cannot make use of all these task steps.
Oh,
You
okay,
cannot
okay.
use wait, throw, jump. You cannot control the data flow basically. Okay. So what you can do, like it's like a uh, running all the jobs in a sequential manner.
Okay.
Running all your mapping tasks in a sequential manner, but you cannot add any task steps. So that is the main difference between linear and task flows. Okay. So remember this. They will in interview they might be ask you on this task flows related. So now I have taken task flow and have creating this. Okay. So this is a custom. Wherever you want decision, wherever you want data task, okay, data ingestion task, wherever you want aggregator, wherever you want notification, wherever you want, you can make use of this. If you select a task flow, okay, coming back to scenario. So here I have selected data availability mapping task. Okay, so this is a mapping task which I have taken. So if you want to handle errors, like I said, if there is any error occurs while running that, you can control here on error handling. If you get warnings, you can ignore it. On error, suspend task. Suspend task is it will stop the error. Fail task flow on completion. So what is this? Fail task flow on completion. So fail task flow on completion is nothing but when all the process is completed till end. Okay. So completion is nothing but entire flow is completed, but you got this mapping task it not ran. It didn't run. Okay. Due to errors, I have suspended task flow. So it got failed. So what it will happen? It will go to otherwise, right? And it will go and it executes all these task steps. At the end, I should not get this task flow status as sorry, task flow status as success. I should not get it. I should get it as a fail. So if you want to handle in such scenarios, you have to make use of these options. Fail task flow on completion. If this task fails, at the end I should get this task flow status as failed. Okay. If the task doesn't run, it ran first before it ran due to errors, it got failed. So I have selected this. But now is if this task doesn't run, if this task is at all not running, okay. So in such scenarios also you can fail the entire status flow status as fail. So these are all the options. We will use this if task fails. If this task fails, we will most of the time we will use this option only. Okay, for every job. If there are any dependency jobs, if there are definitely we have to use this because let's say to run this job, this is a dependency job. So this job should run. Definitely it has to succeed it. Then only we can run this. Then we can load the whatever the dependency or the condition based on the condition we will load into the data here, right? So this job should run. So you need to make sure that if this task fails, it should stop the entire flow. Or you need to get a notification this task has been failed. So that you can come and check here. So this job, why it is job failed and whether this job is run or not. So you can check all the steps here. Clear? So this is how error handling. You need to handle the error.
Okay.
Okay. So Yeah. So now I have taken this, then I have taken a decision. Okay. To run the data availability, data transfer load, before that I need to check whether the data is available or not, right? So here I'm making the decision. So what I'm taking here in the decision, so I have taken field or formula. I have taken field M data availability. So this is the mapping name, mapping task name. Okay, if you select field, you will get something like this. If you click on this, you will get like this. Okay, so this is the data mapping task one, mapping task two. So you just click on this, you can get all the properties. Okay, in that way, I selected output parameters, success rows. Success rows greater than zero. Greater than zero in the sense which is nothing but data is available.
Data is there.
Okay, so if it is not there, it will go to the part two. Okay, when you take decision, you will get two paths, path one and path two. In path one, I have taken as a notification, success notification task. So what is the condition here I'm using? Greater than zero. If it is greater than zero, so I need to get an email. So data is available, proceeding with data load. Okay. If you want to write content, you can write it here. So this is the data available, right? So output parameters, success rows. So you can just take the count of success rows. Proceeding with the data load. Okay, in this way you can write it. Okay, if the data is available, then this will go, notification will get, then it will run the second data loading mapping task, and then it will end. Okay. Let's say if the data is not available, then it will go to the otherwise. So it will go to otherwise. So what I'm doing here is I'm just taking an assignment task step. So I want to count it like for 3 times I need to check. Okay, 3 times or 4 times or 5 times. So based on the project, you can count here. So let's say I want to check for 3 times this this mapping task. Okay, so to count it, first you need to get an output field. So if you go to select here, output fields is there, right? Here I just created one output field. You just click on plus, you will get one field. Okay, name is count, type is integer because I want to count, right? So I need to type is an integer, initial value is 0. Okay, I just taken one output field here so that if you come here, you will get an option there. So based on which column you need to count. So here count, just click on plus. Here you can see count output variable, right? So for that purpose, we have to create a output field on the start button. So now I got output. So what I've taken is field is account. It's like a formula. So here I have given the formula. Just click on this add, you'll get this. Okay. Plus one. I'm just incrementing it. So clear on this assignment task.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So next is I have taken notification. What is there in this notification? Data is not available in the source table. Checking after 1 minute. Okay. then decision 2. So less than 3 I have taken. So less than 3 is nothing but I am checking for 3 times here. So this data availability I am checking 3 times. Okay, in the decision 2, here I am checking 3 times. Path 1, path 2. So first time I want to check. So less than 1 for the first time I'll check, right? So for the first time when data is not available, I need to wait for some time. So here wait, I've taken wait. It's like 1 minute. You click on this, you'll get seconds, minutes, hours, space. Okay. Let's say I'll wait for 10 seconds. Okay. So 10 seconds I'm waiting. After that, what I have to do? Here I have used jump. So where I need to jump? To M data availability. The first mapping task. Here you will get all the task steps which we created before. So this is the mapping task 1, mapping task 2. Where I need to jump to the first mapping task. Okay. So here I need to jump. If you see, you will get a jump symbol here. So which is nothing but wherever you see this symbol on your mapping task, which is nothing but we are using jump task in your task flow.
How you attach that jump clip there? The box.
This one,
Yes, yes.
you'll just drag and drop. That's it. All you just drag and drop here. Okay, it will show like this. This is jump, right? So I'm just dragging it and placing it here in this way. If you drop here, you will get option to where. So you need to select the respective mapping task. Got it?
Okay, okay.
So to M data availability. So by default, you will get a symbol on this mapping task. Okay. So less
How
than
I
three.
can how I can move that symbol from
No,
first task?
you will not able to move. By default, it will create here.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
So when you define the mapping task here, so now you see here. Do you see any jump symbol on this mapping
No,
task 2?
no.
Right. Now you will see. See, 1, 2, I got it.
Okay, okay. Now I got it.
One
Yeah.
is not available. Okay. So now I'll take on 1. So I'm jumping to the first mapping. After 3 times I'm waiting, even though the data is not available, then what I have to do? I need to go to otherwise. Here, take throw and drop here. So throw an error. What is the fault? So here you will get by default field names, code, detail, reason. So code. So what I'm taking, it is a content. Okay. So data availability here. So you need to select this code. Okay. So you will get a email. Okay. So here we will be getting the count as well. So for the first time, you will get 1. For the second time, 2. For the third time, 3. After 3, what will happen? It will throw an error. So for that also, you can make use of your notification. No, your notification is not required. Throw in the sense, by default, the task flow it will get failed. Okay, and you will get this response. It's like how we will see session log, right? When we run the mapping or mapping task, there you will get error message. So in that way, same we will get code message here. So what is the error? That we can see here. So clear on this? So how many task steps we have used here? Notification we used, aggregator. So this assignment task we used. So decision, wait, throw, jump, and then we have end, start. Okay. And you see that command and then file words. Decision, parallel, jump, throw, wait, end. Okay, so we covered all this in one scenario. So now what I'll do, I'll save it. So this is a table, right? So now what I'll do, let me run this. Please. You tell me if I run this, what will happen? Hmm? Anwar? Mic not good. Can you hear me or not? Okay, let me run this and see in which path it will select. Which path it will select. Okay. Run. Click on this, you can see the status here. So it went to data availability and we should be getting an email and it is started loading the data now. Okay, so it is done. Done. It got ended. So it is succeeded. Now if you see here in the target, so the data has been loaded. Okay. So let's see if the data is not available. So for that what we have to do. So let me truncate this. Okay, we have a unique constants. So let us check that email. So should I get the, so we got the email, right? So data is available, proceeding with the data load. So data is available, proceeding with the data load. Success rows 101. So thanks ETL. What is all PPP we are getting? Should not come. So on this success, so details, data is available. A bit why we are getting P here. Yes, HTML. So let me run again. So I got email again. Yeah, now we are getting properly. Okay, so if you select HTML, you will get it in this here. So data is already proceeding with the data. Success process 1 or 2. Okay. So just consider. So now I need to truncate this, but what I'll do, I'll create one mapping for data not available. Source I'll take, and then decision 2 less than 3 count. So wait for 3 and wait for 10 seconds, and or else if the data time ain't available, then you could throw error option for this. Okay, now save it. So now what I'll do, I'll truncate this. Okay, close table. So this is I've used, right? So I'll truncate this one. Okay, so now we don't have any data on the source. So if I run now, it should go to the otherwise decision. Run it. Okay, now it is running. So it went to decision. So decision succeeded. Again it went here. I think we have taken another data. We might have taken the same mapping task here. Let me see. Take another to 0 here. Yeah, we have taken the same data. Same mapping we have taken. That's why you have interested. I didn't created a mapping itself. Employee data. Yeah. Okay, I'll save this. Just same data. The decision is we need to take employee data output parameter success rows. So greater than 0, it will go to here, or else it will go here. Save it. Now it is showing valid. Yeah, this is okay. So now I change this mapping task and truncated. So in source we don't have any data. Now it should send it. It should go to the otherwise path, and we should get an email, and we should get 3 emails. Okay, with the count as well. Count 1, count 2, count 3, and then it should throw an error. It should stop the execution. So let's run this. Okay, we will see here email notifications. So if you want to know status of this job here, now it is in decision, right? See, now it went to otherwise path, it has taken count, and it is still in waiting state. So if you refresh, it will be in waiting state. Now one time it has waited, we'll see the email, whether we get an email or not. So we got an email as well. So count is 1. Okay, so one time it has waited, we got one more, count is 2, and we should get one more email. So we got one more, count is 3. So now if you see the status here, it should stop. So it will come here pro. Okay, now the task has been failed. You see the job has been failed now. So it checked 3 times whether the data is available or not, and then waiting period is done. But the first time after waiting, it will jump to the first mapping task. So in that way, 3 times it has went this in the same path, and after 3 times also the data is not available. Then it failed the task flow. Okay. So if you see, give substance, you see we got 0, 0. So it's not loaded any records. 3 times it has checked. Finally, it is failed the job. Clear? We got 3 emails as well. So if I do the data right. So I think you got it right. When we have the data, in which path it is going. When we don't have the data, in which path it is going. Clear? What we'll do now? We'll take one more scenario. So you have a from upstream you will get the files, right? So let's assume that you have an upstream team. Upstream team A and then downstream team B. Okay. So they are running here jobs. Task flow 1, task flow 2. So the thing here is, and you are in you are monitoring the IICS jobs, okay, or you are developing the mappings here. So to get the data, and you have developed this task flow 2, and so you need to get the data from team A. Okay, from upstream you need to get the data, and then after you receiving the data from team A, then you need to run the your task flow. So how we can make sure how that whether the team A job is completed. So they will not every time they will send out an email like, so we ran the job. It's not like that. So they will be maintaining the scheduled jobs. We will be maintaining the scheduled jobs. So there is no manual way. So manual way should not be there. Okay, it should be all in a automatic. So they will create their mappings in such a way that so once their job is executed, okay, so they should inform us. How they can inform us? So they need to trigger one indicator file. So they should trigger one file. So let's say this touch.txt. So if it is a Unix, so they have to write script, right? They should write one script. So once the job is completed, how they will write it after? So in mapping, you will get on the target side, you will get pre-session, post-session commands, right? So on the post-session command, they will create the script. So once the job is completed, they will write this script in such a way that to just create one dummy file. Okay, this dummy file they need to create it. So in this script, they will create they will take host, right? Host details, port, and then path details, cd underscore path. So here they will give touch.txt. So in this way, they will create a script. Okay, host is nothing but our server host name. So they will log into our server. They will go to the respective path, cd, and then the path details they will give. Under that path, they will give a touch file dot touch.txt. This is a dummy file, which is nothing but they are indicating our job is ran. So then you can proceed with your job data load. Okay, in that way they will create a job. They create a scripts. So if it is a Unix, it has to be .sh. If it is Windows, it is a batch file. They need to create one batch file, right? So in command, they are with using command batch file. So we need to write here something like echo and then path details, then file. So if it is a Windows system, they have to write this batch script. If it is a Unix system, they have to write a shell script. So based on the secure agent on which machine it has been installed. So based on that, they need to write the scripts here. Okay. So it's a since it is our local system, right? Let's see how we can create a batch file. Okay. So that the team one. So every day at 8 a.m. they are running the jobs. Okay. So after 8 a.m. we should get an email as well as we have to get a file, this indicator file. So after 8 a.m. we should get an indicator file, and then here also you can make use of these wait task steps. Okay. So after 8 a.m. still you haven't got till you can check like till 8:10 p.m. So till if you don't receive the file, then you can throw the error and you can create a notification. So and so you can send out an email to the team A, upstream team A. So then they will check and they will rerun their jobs. Okay. So in that way you can create a task flow. Okay. Let's see how we can do this. Okay. So go to new task flow. I'll take this task flow. So I'll take one data integration. What we need to create here. So first team A should send out an email. Okay. So after that, what I have to do is I'll take first we'll create some commands. Okay. So in source files, I have these commands. Okay. This is one command dot batch. This is a batch file. So what I'm doing is I'm creating one touch file in the source files in this directory. Okay. So this is a command which we'll use for the Windows machine. You can get all these commands if you just Google it. You will get a number of commands you will get. So here I'm using to create a file. Echo is nothing but it will create a file in this directory, source files directory. So if you want to check whether this command is working or not, what you can do, go to command. Okay, just paste this command, copy, paste here. If you go here, do you see anywhere the file name touch.txt in this? I don't see anywhere. With the T letter, I see only trans data. Okay, so I don't see anywhere touch.txt file. So if I run this, it's completed. Just refresh here. So you get touch file. Okay, so echo is on. It's just that it's an indication file. So once the job is ran, it should trigger the indicator file. Okay, so this we can use here. So the first mapping, let's assume this it is a team A. Team A. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll select data availability mapping task only. What I'll do, I'll just select only this data availability. I'll select this custom details. Okay, so next what I have to do, I need to create file, right? So in this command task, so command task input, you need to select all this. Okay, failed task, if any script fails, you just enable this runtime environment, local one, max wait seconds, so we can just give 10 seconds. Okay, so here we have a scripts. If you click on this, so you get all the content here. Script file name, here you should give the entire path, this slash. So this is the one, right, which I'm using, control C dot back. Okay, so and that's it. Okay, so these are all you need to mention. So this is script one. So what it will do, it will create a touch file. Once the job is succeeded here, once this job has been succeeded, then it will create a touch file, so that it will so after touch file we need to send out an email. So go to no email, success email, details, subject content, what you can give here, dealing with job has been explicitly done, proceed with your data. Okay, proceed with the data load. If you want, you can edit here. You can take all the status details. I think success rows. This is from team A, right? So team A. So how many success rows has been generated? So you can take the count, and if you want to take the indicator file notification as well, you can go here of the parameters. So what you can do is execution status. We can take execution status here. Indicator file status. ETL TVA. Okay. So now email has been configured. So after this, what we have to do? So we got the indicator file and email has been generated. So now we need to proceed with the next data load. Here you can take manual mapping task. Okay. So this is one mapping. Or else you can just take. Okay. This is related to team B. It is not the okay. Team B. So we have taken this. To do error handling, you can enable all these options. So now we got email and we are triggering it. Okay. So after triggering, so if you want to send out an email notification, no. So first what you need to do, once they send out an email, so what we discussed here, okay, they have created the file. Okay, and we got the email, but we need to check, right? So we need to check whether the file is available in our respective directory or not. So how we can check that? So for that you need to create a file listener, file watcher task. Here if we go here, so we have a file watch, right? So before running, we need to make sure whether the file is arrived in our source file directory or not. Okay. So if we click on this file watch task, we don't see any file watch here. Why? Because of first we need to create the component. If you see here, this component you might have seen the file watcher, file listener. Okay, first we need to create this component. So create. So what you can do? Upstream team A file check. Okay, source type. So connector or server. If you want to check in your local machine, local path, then you can go with connector. Or you want to check in some servers level, then you can go with server. Okay, since it is a local machine, I will check connector connection type. So it's a local folder. So here you need to mention all the path details. Okay, so this path you need to check, take here. Okay, so pattern, you can select the pattern as well. So what is your file pattern? Either it is a wildcard is nothing but it's a star. It will check all patterns. Wildcard is nothing but any pattern it will check. So it is a indicator file, right? Indicator file touch.txt. So this is the file we are expecting from the upstream team. Here you can mention the patterns as well, like star. So after touch, after star, star is nothing but here you can get anything. But the main pattern you are looking for is touch.txt. So if you are looking in such patterns, you can give star and then the file. If you know the specific file name, then you can directly give the file name here. Okay, you can directly give here and then check for files in subfolder. If you give source files and you need some another folder is there. In subfolder, you are creating that, you are expecting that file. So if you want to check that, here you can enable it. And then post action. What is this post action? So here we got the file. Okay. So before you are proceeding with that, so what you need to do? You need to delete it. Okay. You don't want to keep the touch file every time because every day you are getting the touch file.txt file from the upstream, right? So today you received it. So before running task flow 2, so you are checking this touch file, either it is available or not. If it is available, you need to delete it. Why you need to delete it? On the next day, you will get the same file in the same directory. Okay. So if you don't delete it, let's assume uh, they haven't ran this job on the next day on 8 a.m. due to some issues. They send out an email us. Okay. But we forgot to hold this job. If you don't hold right, so what it will do, this task flow, by default, it will check the file name on this directory. If the file is available, it will start running this job. So that is wrong. So for that, what we are doing here is post action, I'll delete it. Once I verified, once I came to know that the touch.txt file is available in this directory, then I'll delete it. Okay. So if you want to hear it schedule, check every 50 seconds, it will check. Notify when file arrives. So check file strategy. These are like notifications. So these are all our options. If you want, you can go with this. So indicator files. So what I'm doing, I'm just deleting it. So I'll save it. So now if you click on this, you will get the option. Now you can see the file watch option. Okay. Upstream. Select. Just give me a. So now, so this file watcher, it will watch the file. Okay. So you are clear till here. So now we are checking the file. If the file is available, then we have to go to run the, we have to proceed the data. Then it is end. Okay. So this is one. Save it. Refresh. So we don't have any text files here, right? Okay. So I'll run this. Whatever I get. So now it is with upstream A. So this command is executed, success emails in, then it is waiting here. So let's see, do we get any file here? So we got touch file, right? So it is file is listening now. So it's verifying the file. It's still waiting. You may see any like format, right? It will stop here itself. File watch default location and file living the input notes. It's after 5 seconds. Enter this. So what I'm doing is, if the file is not available, and then I'm interrupting. Let's save this. Let me see. This is still running. Okay. So might be error is there. So I'll just stop it. So I failed this one. So where it is upstream file here. Okay. So here it is failed. So what we have given here, touch.txt. It is not found it. Touch is here. Let me know what I'll do here. So I'll just give touch. Okay. Let's see now. Delete this. Close this. Go here. Select again. Okay. Now it is reflecting. Select this. Okay, in the events I am selecting after 5 seconds. If it is not received, it should interrupt the flow. Okay, save it. This is able to select. It is going to start button. Okay, let it be like that. Just turn them. So now it is running. So command task has been executed and it is waiting. So it is nothing but it is not able to identify the file. So we have created only this source file. That's we got indicator file. Again, it is going back to this. Okay, what I'll do. So we have to take a decision. Decision, what I'll do. Check the file also and put file event type. Okay, so I'll explain this in some other session. Okay, so now it is getting time now. So let it be like this. So what I am to say is you can make use of these task steps based on your scenario. So however you want to. So what I'll do is I'll give you a scenario like, so now this is a job one, right? Upstream A. So once they run this job, so you should create a touch file and you need to get a file notification. Okay. If the file is not available, so what you have to do? So you try to create this one. First one is if team A touch file is not available, job should terminate. So if it is not available, so the first thing is what you need to do, wait for file arrival. Okay. And the second is job should terminate. Here you can wait for like 10 seconds. So how many times? 3 times. 3 times you need to check or else terminate it. Second is if team A job ran and file generated. So then what you have to do? So you need to check the file and then run team B. So if the file is available, then send email to team B about file arrival. Okay. So you need to send an email to team B. The file has been arrived and proceeding with the data load. So run team B. After this, send email to team B about job status. Okay. So how many scenarios we covered here? Yeah, I think whatever we discussed here, right? You can make use of all those task steps in this scenario. Okay. You try to create this one and let's see if you get any. So, I think it will be in recording. You try to take that. Okay. Okay. So today's topic is parameters and variables. Okay. So what is this parameters and variables? I think you are aware of parameters because we discussed in previous sessions uh,
Yes, yes,
the dynamic mapping, right?
yes.
So how will you will pass these parameters? So why we have created parameters in the dynamic mapping task?
Yeah, during runtime, we can it will pick up the appropriate values.
Yeah. So those are while we were passing the connection values as parameter.
Yes,
Correct.
yes, yes.
Okay. So for that we have used parameters and variables. So check this. Yeah. So the dynamic value to mapping. Okay. So parameter is nothing but value will not change during the runtime. So it is fixed. Let's say the connection values, right, which we have created in the dynamic mapping task. Dynamic mapping task, we have created parameters for connections, right? So these values will not be changed. These are like static fields. So when you create a parameters for the connections, there we will give like source, what is the source value and what is the target value. So those are fixed. It will not change during the runtime. Okay. So variable is nothing but value may change during the runtime. Okay. Let's say if you are today you are running some jobs. Okay. Here, so you have like 10K records from source and you have loaded into the target table. So let's say here you have loaded only 50K. Okay, in between some error has been happened. So it has stopped loading the rest of the records from source to the target. Okay. So in that case, what we need to do, we need to hold that the values till where we have loaded into the target from source. So that value should be captured in some variable. Okay, some variable value we need to capture. So this value will hold that what is the last value which has been sent to the target table. So next, if you then you rectified the error and you started loading again from where it is stopped, and from there it has resumed the job. So at that time again you need to get that value from where it has stopped, so that the max timestamp value should be captured in some variable value. So what it will do, it will resume from that timestamp and then it will start processing the records. Again some error happened. So at that time
it has again the maximum value, maximum timestamp will be there. So after some time, if you rectify that error, again you will start processing the scheme. So it's like every during runtime, the value is changing here, correct?
Yes, yes.
So these values where it will change in the variables. So these changing values will be capturing into the variables. Wherever the values which will not change, those we will be taken into the parameters. Clear on this?
Constant, right? We
Yeah,
will say
constant.
constant, no?
Mm.
Okay.
So that's what it says here. Value will not change during runtime. Where it is comes to variables, value may change during the runtime. Okay. So how we will define the parameters and variables? So we know that dollar dollar it is a user defined parameter. So dollar is nothing but system defined parameters. Okay, where we will see system defined parameters like root directories. Okay, so if you see here in the source, I have used, right? You go here, Informatica files, the source files. So I have taken the source file entire path and I created a source connection. Correct. So in real time, we will not take this entire path and we will not create the source file connection values with the entire path. So we will not create in that way real time. So what we'll do, the admin teams, so they will make sure of what are the source file path, target file paths. So they will create parameters for this. So what kind of parameters they will create? System defined parameters with the dollar symbol. So they will create here it's like PM source or dollar PM target. So Informatica it will refer what is this value. So indirectly it will refer the source file path.
PM
In this
stands for why
uh,
PM? Okay, it's a
it's like
system variable.
parameter. PM means
Okay,
parameter.
okay, parameter.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So it's a system defined parameter and some if you have a Unix system, right? So in that case, what will do PM root? So which is nothing but root directory. Okay, in this way we will create in real time. So we will not giving entire the path value like C directory, directory. If it is Unix system, something like root slash some folder name, again subfolder name. So we will not be giving these values directly. So if you want to change it, let's suppose for one job we are using some other paths and for one other job we are using some another paths. So in that case, what you need to change, right? So constantly you need to keep on changing. So which is not a good practice. So for that we will create a variables, we will create a parameters. So where you have to change, you just change it one time. If you change it root level, then this by default all these parameter values will consider the root value. So wherever you define this root value in your jobs, so it will refer to the main path. That's it. So you don't have to change to all the jobs if you want to change the path. So for that purpose, they will create a system defined parameters. User defined parameters is nothing but which we will create. So let's say you want to filter some records. So dollar dollar some here if you see dollar dollar sales channel equal to offline. So if you want to pass the parameter value during runtime, then we can pass in this way. So this offline is also it will not change during the runtime. This is fixed. Okay, clear on this parameter.
Ah, yes. clear.
Let's see one mapping for this, how we can create the parameters. So you will clearly understand. So I'll create a mapping. So let me take this as a source, okay? Start from. So we have this transaction details, okay? So normally how we will filter? We will to filter this. How we can do? What are the possible ways we have? So if you want to filter something, so how many ways you have to filter out the records? So in source, if you see the query option is there, right? You can write override query. You can write there itself. We have a filter. So this is the trans details query option. Here you can filter, right? Here you can write some query. So this is the trans table. So what you want to do? You want to filter out the sales channel. Okay, equal to offline. So in this way you will write, correct? Or else you go to advanced. Here you have SQL query override. Here you will write the entire SQL query where sales channel equal to offline. These are two methods. Or here you can take filter. Here you can give the filter condition. Okay. So these are the three possible ways, right?
Yes.
So these are like these are what we can do here. Here we will be doing all the hard coding. Okay. So here you will hard code what is the filter condition. In advance also you will write query and you will hard code that. If you take filter transformation also, there also you will hard code it. Let's say for tomorrow you want to change that filter condition to online. So how you will do? Again you will create a new mapping, or you have to edit this. If you edit the same previous mapping also, again if you want to change it to offline, again you need to edit onto the same mapping. But in production, will you be able to edit every time?
No.
No, right? If you create two mappings also, will you able to edit the same mapping?
No.
No. So we cannot edit in the production. So for that, what we can do, you can pass parameter values directly. So what you need to change, you need to only change the value. That's it. The same value it will be mapped to the mapping. Okay. So those are parameters. Let's say here query option. You take filter. Not parameterized is nothing but it's a simple condition. You will select this object. What is the field you want to filter? What is the operator? And you will give the value. Okay, this is simple filter condition. If you go advanced, you can write some queries there itself. But if you want to parameterize, click on this completely parameterize. If you have any parameters created before itself, you will get here. So those parameters it will reflect here. So as of now, we don't have any parameters. Let's create new parameter. So it is a filter parameter. And if you want to give any description labels, you can give here. Click on OK. So now, what is the parameter? It is a filter parameter. Okay. So we have now this filter parameter. We go and check here parameters. So here you will get it. Okay. On source, we have made the filter. Got it?
Yeah. Got it.
Let me load into the target. So we have created a parameter on the. So you might get out here. So we haven't defined anywhere the filter condition, right? What we have done, we just given the
Yeah,
parameter.
yeah.
That's it. Okay. So for that, you need to create a mapping task here. Go on here. Empty underscore. So select your runtime environment. This is the mapping. Click on next. See here you get source now. So if you don't define any parameters in the mapping here itself, if you write some override query or if you give filter condition here itself, if you give filter condition here, or if you write a query here, filter query, so you won't get this source tag when you create a mapping task. But since we have given as a parameter, so on source we have given the parameter filter condition. So that's why here you are able to see the source tab, one more extra tab. So what is this source parameter we have? Trans details. Here if you see filter, source and parameter, we should get choose parameter values for the different sources. Filter, here we should get it. So what we're doing here in this way, equal to perfect. Okay, click on next, save it. So the mapping task is valid. Let me run the mapping. So now what records we should get?
Based on that filter condition.
So we should get only the offline records.
Yes.
So we got 50 out of 101. We got only 50 records. So if you see sales channel is off, 50 rows. Okay. So here, but if you see in the mapping task also in the source, here we have given manual only, correct? Even though we created a parameter in the on the source,
Yeah, yeah,
mapping task here also we are hard coding it. So we are not passing the values here.
yeah.
So to pass only the values, so how we can create this? So this is the source, right? So that is also one way to in the filter in the parameters. So how we can hard code the value there in the mapping class also we can hard code it. So here this is the parameter, right? Now I'll create one more parameter. No parameter. and then the filter. So I'll delete this. I'll use this. Cannot contain the character. We are completely parameterized. Go to advanced. So here what I'll do, filter. So in this way I'll filter the condition. Okay, now the filter condition is completely parameterized. So we need to pass this filter condition in the parameter file. Save this. So it is a valid now. Where we have created that mapping task. Parameter. So click on edit. So now we will see, you don't see the source tab, correct?
Yes, yes, yeah, it is
Because
not
we
shown.
completely parameterize now. Now we are not doing any hard coding here. So how we can pass the value? Click on the next. Here you can see parameter file location, right? So click on this. You can see one parameter file template. Just download this template. Open the file location here. So what I'll do, I'm editing this one. So this is the template. Okay. Hash selection. So this is the must and should line in the parameter file. If you don't have this, the IICS will not identify what are the values we pass in a parameter file. Okay. So here you can see you want to pass these parameter values as a local or cloud hosted. So since you are working in a local, right? In your real time also, if your secure agent is installed on your local machine, then you can use this local, or if it is installed in a cloud servers, then you can go with cloud hosted. Okay. So it's entirely depending on the where your secure agent is installed.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Since we are installed in our local system, right? So I'm selecting local. Parameter file directory. What is the parameter file name? So parameter file directory, if you go here, you will see the directory here. So absolute path for the directory that contains the parameter file or path related to PM variable, $PM variables, excluding the parameter file name. If you do not enter a file path, the following value is used: /apps /data integration server /data /user parameters. So that is the default parameter file directory. In real time also that is the same file directory. So where you can see that, so when you install your secure agent, okay, so I'm installed in C drive, program files, Informatica Cloud Secure Agent, apps. Under this apps, data integration server. Okay, under this we have a data, if you see user parameters. So this is where we need to define the parameter file values, file path, this file. Okay, so what I'll do, so this is the template. You will see this default, and then by default you will get the parameter. What is the mapping task name? So this you will get it here. Just enter it. So here you need to define this variable parameter. Okay. So $$ parameter equal to, so what is the filter condition? Sales channel equal to offline. Okay. So here we are defining it. In the file, parameter file, here we are defining. In future, you want to filter only for the online. So what you will do? You will come to this, you will come to this directory. You just need to change only this. It is very simple, right? Instead of going through the mapping and everything.
Yeah, correct.
In production also, you will not be having any access to the jobs to edit it. What you can do, you can just edit in the parameter file directory. The same will be reflected to the mappings, whatever you created. Correct.
Yes.
So
So
what? Yeah.
can't we change the location, or this is the only by allowed location for storing parameter file?
This is the default location in every
Okay.
company. If you are working in IACS, this is the path to create your user defined parameters.
Okay. But we can place the parameter anywhere.
No, in this directory only you need to place it.
Okay. So it's
So
mandatory. Okay.
otherwise IACS will not identify the path, because here
Okay.
you have seen, right, parameter file directory
Okay. It should
slash
match
as
here.
data integration
Okay.
slash data slash user parameter. So this is the default path.
Okay. It
If
will
you
search
don't
here.
give here path also, by default it will take that.
Okay.
If you want to define in other folders, you need to mention the entire path here like this.
Okay.
Okay. But recommended is this one only.
Okay.
This is the default folder. So here only you need to create it. If you come up with any scenarios, right, then you need to go with the user defined parameter file path. Okay. So here you will see one more is global. So what is this global? So here whatever you defined under this user use sections, okay. So all these, this is a local parameters. If we define anything under global, these are like global parameters. So global is nothing but, if you want to pass this filter condition for like three or five mapping task. So in 5 jobs, you have the same filter condition and you need to pass it for all the jobs in a single file only. So if you mention global, if you give your filter condition under global, so which is nothing but it will take for another jobs as well. So if you mention the filter condition above the global, these are like only to the local access. So only to that particular mapping. Okay,
Okay. Within your mapping means that is local.
local, correct.
For multiple mappings means we
For
have to
outside
share the.
mappings, if you want to
Okay.
use that,
Global.
then you need to mention under global.
Okay.
Okay, and here also the priority will be there. The first priority is local. Okay, so the AACS, it will first check whatever is there any local parameters has been defined or not. So IACS it will check. So here if you see, I have given two conditions. Okay, two parameters I have defined here. So
Hmm.
online and offline, both I have given the filter. So first
Okay.
it will check only online. So based
Okay.
on this condition only, the records will be loaded. Okay. So if you don't mention this one,
It will
so this
pick
is how,
global.
yeah. So this is how you created the parameter file. Okay. Under local, there is no conditions. Then it will go with to the global. Are there any global conditions or defined? Yes. So local is not there. So they have defined global. Then it will take this. This is the second priority.
Okay.
Okay. So these are the priorities. So these are the local and global parameters. You clear on this, right?
Yes, yes.
What is local and what is global? So now I have created this parameter file. So this is under download folder, right? This is the folder. So what I'll do, I'll place this under this user parameter. Okay. You want to check this. Yeah. So this is what we created, right? Okay. So I have placed this folder, and what you need to do, just rename rm.txt. Yes. Okay. So that is template we downloaded. In that way, we need to create the parameter files. So whenever you are not aware of how to create the parameter files, you just download the template from here, the mapping task. In the mapping task, runtime options, you can see the template. So just download it, and you copy all the template into text file, and you define the filter conditions here. Okay. So now I created a file. Now what I need to do, I need to give the file name. So what is the file name? param.txt. Okay. And the path I'm not defining because it's a default one. By default, it will go and check here itself. Save it. Now run the mapping. Okay, now it has loaded 51 records since it is a online. Category is online, right? So it is online. Now we loaded all the online. So I hope you are clear on this. Okay.
Yes.
So this is all about parameters. Now let's see what is variables. And this in this parameter, the value is not changing, right? Entire runtime. So if you want to change it, you need to edit this there in the parameter file. Here you need to edit. You are editing here, but this value is not changing during runtime.
Yes, yes. Mm-mm.
Okay. So now let's see if the value is changing at runtime. So how we can capture that? So by using variables, we can capture it. So this is the example. Let me give you one more another scenario. So let's say um, I'll explain the same example here for variables. So you have 10K records. Okay. So it's a daily job, daily or weekly or monthly job. So it's like in the earlier classes we discussed about CDC concept. So how we will be loading. So in real time, how we will load from source, we will pull the records right into the staging layer, and then from there we will do some business logics, and then we will load into the data warehouse by using SCD. Okay. So here every day we will be pulling the data, right? So for the first time,
Yes,
let's say
yes.
you have here 10 years data. So we
Full
pulled
loader.
it. Okay, full load we done it.
Mhm.
And for the next day, so you got some 1 year record. 1 year records of data you got it. So how you will pull the data? You will not read entire 11 years data, right? So you have to read only 1 year of data. Since last 10 years we have already loaded. So how we can load it? So we'll be having created date and updated date. Created date, updated date will be there. Okay. So for the second run, we need to look on the max date. Okay. So for the last time, what is the maximum date we have? So that maximum date should be, so this updated date, or last full date. So that last date should be greater than or equal to max date. So let's say here till yesterday we have loaded till 14th. So this is updated date is, let's say updated date is 20. Okay, 20 Jan. So till 14th we have loaded, and we need to check this condition. What is the maximum date? So maximum date is 20 Jan. So they have been updated the data in the source, but we loaded till 14th. Oh, no. Updated date. Last updated date is 20, and we got some updated records. So created date is 14th and updated in the previous run it is a 15th. So again we need to check for the next day till 15th we have loaded, and we can see the max date is 20 Jan. So we need to pull all the maximum date records. So in that way we will pull it, right? So that is like a incremental loading. So here also we need to capture that value. So if it is a daily run, so every day we need to capture that what is the maximum timestamp. Okay, so how we can do is, so we need to create a variable by using $$ max maximum timestamp. Let's say on the same day, so we need to pull the data from 12 a.m. to so in this time period we will be getting the data, and we need to pull the data only in between this time only. Okay, so now, so how we can capture the maximum timestamp here? So let's say today we have loaded till 7 a.m. From 12 a.m. midnight to morning 7 a.m. you have loaded. Okay, so after 7 a.m. there is a pooling time like 1 hour. So every 1 hour the data is updating. So for the first run, it has ran till 7 a.m. Let's say you got some 50K records. Okay. And after 1 hour, again you got some 10K records. Now you need to check, right? So you cannot read again from first record to the 20K record. So that's why we will be captured that maximum timestamp. So till 7 a.m. we have loaded. So that the timestamp we have captured it in this variable $$ max timestamp. Okay, so now when you run the job again, pull another 10 records. So here it will check credited date, created date greater than equal to updated date. Okay. So based on this condition, we will load into the target table. 50K and then next is 50K. So we will check here the max. We will write like where in SQL query override we need to filter the condition every time, like how we used in SCD types. You will look up on active records, right? So in that way, here we will be creating a variable. So this variable will always update the value during the runtime. For the first run, it has taken 7 a.m. For the second run, it will take 8 a.m. For the third run, let's say for every after job run, it cooling time also it will increasing. For the first 1 hour, next 5 hours, next 10 hours. So these are the 3 time periods. On these time periods, the data is getting into the source, and in the same way, you need to pull the data. So first, the job it is 7 a.m. till 7 a.m. After 5 hours, set 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. again you will pull it. The maximum time step will be 1 p.m. After that, 11 p.m. So basically, what it is doing here, variable value, it is changing during runtime. It is changing the value. So it is holding the maximum timestamp value. Got it?
So variable here.
Yeah, variable is nothing but it will change during the runtime.
Okay, okay, okay.
So if you want to define the variables, $$ is a user defined variable. So it is similar to here, $$ user defined parameter as well as user defined variable. Dollar is system defined parameter as well as system defined variable. So wherever you see $, it is a user defined one. Wherever you see only single dollar, it is a system defined. Okay. Either it is a parameter or it is a variable. So if you want to give some filter conditions more in your job, you can take multiple conditions as well. So in this way, if you want to filter out any records, if you want to filter, if you want to make the connections as parameter, you can define everything in a local. Okay.
Okay,
So
okay.
let's say this variable, how we can create. So I'll create a mapping for this. Underscore. So for this, I'll select this as a source. If you see here, I have a created data and update data. Okay. Employee CDC. Employees CDC, right? Employees. So what I have to do now, I need to capture the maximum timestamp, right? So what I'll do here, so these are the fields. Let me open the variable one. So to create that in source query, we need to write this logic. Okay. So this is where we need to write this. So I'll filter on this. In the source, go to advanced, employee CDC, credit date greater than to date of $, max created date. Okay. So this is the variable which I am going to hold it. So I have created filter condition. Next, we need to take one expression to create the variable. Okay. So this is a variable. Since this is a variable, we need to create a variable value, variable code. Okay. So take expression here. Go to expression. Click on this. Select variable field. So what is that variable field? So I'll take this. So v underscore max created date. This is a date and time. Click on OK. So here we need to define that value. If we go here, built-in functions, we will be having all the special functions here. Set count variable. Set count variable. So this variable we will use to count the values. Let's say for the first run, summarize it. Okay. So lookup catch, this is the sequence. Parameter it will check, parameter and variable, and then lookup catch is it will check next lookup catch, and then it will read the data from source. Okay, these are the catches we have: static, dynamic, persistent. Static is nothing but the data catch will not update during the runtime. So based on the condition, we will catch the memory, the source record data, and then we will load into the target table. So during runtime, here the cache is not updated. If you take a dynamic lookup catch, when you enable dynamic lookup catch in lookup transformation, by default you will get a no lookup row column. Okay, and we have the properties 0, 1, 2. 0 is nothing but no change, 1 is insert, 2 is update. So when you are enabled the dynamic lookup cache, it will memory all the data in cache, and it will compare each and every record. You should have a primary key on this. So based on the primary key only, we can able to insert new record or update new record. So here it will compare in the lookup cache. So if it is the same record is coming, it will mark it as 0, which is nothing but no change. So it will not insert or update in the target table. If it is a new record, it will make it as 1, and it will insert the new record in target table. If it is updated record, it will mark it as 2, and we will update in the target table. And by using dynamic lookup catch, we can eliminate the duplicate records. Okay. So once the task is completed, even the static or dynamic cache, it will be vanished in the data integration servers. The dynamic lookup catch, here it will be, the catch will be updated during runtime only. When it is a static, it will not update the lookup catch. So persistence is nothing but we will be saving the entire cache in some directory, The default directory will be there for the persistent cache. So after running the job, we will be having the cache. Whatever we created here the cache memory, we can save the cache here by using persistent. When it comes to static dynamic, we cannot save the cache memory. So after completing the task, it will vanish. But using persistent, we can save the cache. So how we can make use of this persistent cache? So if we'll be creating the task flows here in each mapping task, if we create a dynamic cache, so for every time whenever the mapping task is running, so it will create a dynamic cache, and once the task is completed, it will vanish it. So the same scenario for all the mapping tasks. Okay. So for each to run each mapping task, if it is taking 10 minutes of time, so in this way, the total approximate time is 40 minutes to run this entire flow. In this case, if we enable persistent cache, so in one mapping task, we will enable this persistent cache and recache. So whenever this job is running, the first job, we can save this cache in one directory, and for other, by using recache, it will access the same directory and whatever the persistent cache name we define. So based on that define, uh, we need to give the same persistent cache name in all the other mapping tasks, so that it will recache. It will go and check in the persistent cache directory, and it will access it, and it will make use of the cache for the rest of the mapping task. So in this way, we can eliminate approximately 30 minutes of time. So to run this entire flow, we can just run in a 10 minutes of time. So majorly we will use this persistent cache for optimization for the to improve the performance of our mapping task. Okay. So let's see one scenario how we can make use of this dynamic cache.
Okay.
Okay, I'm creating now mapping underscore dynamic cd. So I'll take source. So what take here? So I have this source customer dynamic. So in source, what are the columns we have? Customer ID, name, mobile, city. Okay. So here I'll take lookup and target is so in SCD type, do I need to enable truncate table option? Truncate table,
No, no,
right?
no.
So on lookup and target. This is the target function, and I'm looking upon target. Okay, return any row. You go here, go to advanced. Here you can see lookup cache enabled. By default, it is a static cache. Okay, lookup cache persistent is a recache from lookup source. If you are using persistent, we need to enable these two conditions, these two properties, and come down. You can see the dynamic lookup cache. And when you enable the dynamic lookup cache, so it should be insert else update. So we need to enable this as well. And So we need to hold the old values as well, right? So output is old value on update. Output old value on update. What is this? Defines whether old value for output port will be output when updating a row in a dynamic cache. So we need to maintain history, right? So old record should be there and then updated record should be there, correct? So for that we need to enable this. So whenever you are enabling dynamic lookup cache, you need to make sure these three properties should be enabled. Okay. So when you enable
Okay.
this, we should get the one more column here. We need to get one field mapping. It is not showing system. Prefix is underscore. Okay. Lookup condition customer key, so customer ID equal to is customer to advance. Now you can see field mapping we got enabled. Okay, in advance we need to enable all these properties. So when you enable all this, we'll get a field mapping here. Okay, so here what and all we need to map here. So this is the field mapping is nothing but here. So insert else update we have given, right? So for that we need to map it here.
Okay.
Yeah. So based on which we need to update customer key, customer ID, customer ID, and then so here we have a MD5 function because we need to compare all the columns here. Okay. So in the starting SCD type one, so we were discussed about the MD5 function, right? To compare all the values instead of comparing all the
Yeah, yeah.
values manually. So you can just create this MD5 function, and in this MD5 function we can compare all the columns. Okay, the entire here we will be comparing all the columns, right? Here it will create one checksum value which is a 32-bit value it will create. So in conditions, so in expression, so we will compare it only, we will compare source MD5 checksum not equal to lookup MD5 checksum. So instead of comparing each and every column, so we can just compare only one column. Okay, lookup catch
Okay. Okay.
fields.
So this is also performance wise. This is good. This MD5
Performance wise, it's not like that.
comparison.
Just for comparing purpose, it will be very easy.
Okay. Okay. As an alternative. Okay.
Yeah. And then lookup condition, it is a lookup object. And source filter, we need to look up on the active record only, right? The date, the date of, let me take some future value, 12, 2050, comma, 9, date, date. So this is the filter condition which I'm looking up. Return fields. Here return fields what we need to get. So these are all from target, right? So we need to get only customer key, customer ID, and we don't need customer name, mobile, city, effective date, and date. So we should get MD5 function and MD5. So these I can remove it. So now we return with lookup. Let's take expression. So we need to create effective date and dates, right? So here I'll create MD5 function one. Section. Let's add to 40. So this is a function, okay? This is a built-in function in IICS. If you click on this all functions, see here MD5 it is there, right? Click on this, you will get MD5 of values. So what you need to do is just need to compare all the values. Configure customer ID.
Simply we can give all the column names. That's it,
Yes,
right?
yes. You need to compare the customer ID, customer name, mobile number, and the city. So here if you see this section is a string, right? So it will hold only string value. So wherever we have integers value, right, we need to convert. Okay. Customer ID, customer name, mobile number, and then city. So it is valid now. You can okay. So and then we need to create underscore effective date. Effective date is nothing but system. Next, and data larger given into 50, comma. Okay. Okay. So these are the we need to filter. Then we need to route the data. So this customer key we don't need this. We can make for this one. MD5 checksum only need to compare. So in router we need to route the data, right? So here we need to create the groups here. So one is for insert. So what we need to do, we need to take new lookup row, right? Where new lookup row equal to 1, it is a insert. Okay. Rename the ultimate mentioning names where it is taking new lookup row equal to 2. Very complex. Okay, here expression and target, right? So expression. Make it as well. The it is eliminated. Okay. So it is added. So we created groups. Now what we need to do? So, so then we need to take a sequence generator, right?
Yes.
So I will not change anything. Let it be like that. So here this is insert. I map this to insert. This is update insert. And this is update. So insert should go to insert and update to update, and we need to update only the effective date and dates. So here also sequence will be passing same. So update insert. So here what we need to select, it's a data driven. Based on which column we need to update customer key. Okay, here so DD update. Okay, field mapping. It's not here. So your customer key is next value. Insert value, then identify function. So to identify effective date, end date, end date. So we are done with this. So in update, what we need to map. So it is a target. So data driven DD update. Okay, based on customer key. So in the field mapping, what you need to map, you need to map customer key. Based on customer key only, we will update the end date to effective date. Correct?
Yes, yes.
So then that's it, I think. So is anything saved? Lookup. All the lookup fields should be mapped to dynamic lookup catch. Customer key MD5. Lookup key should be mapped to dynamic lookup catch. Okay. This is expression lookup. The field mapping. MD5 customer ID. This we need to map. Okay. So we look up condition return fields. Incoming fields, these are source. So look up catch fields. Just check some. Okay. Writing source fields. Look up object and term limit. Okay, now we got it. So custom key. So what values we need to catch? So we need to catch all this. So these are all user defined. So what I'll do, I'll just remove all this effective date, end date, MD and customer key. So we don't need all these return fields. These are from the target columns. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
So return key is not required. Effective date it's required and date and either you can delete or ignore comparisons. The field mapping now it is all mapped. Save it. Okay, so we need to update field mapping. Customer key unavailable. So while updating, we should get so what we have done instead of deleting, we can ignore that customer key. Field mapping. Customer key it is not there. Right? Just look up again. Mapping. So what I'll do, I'll just ignore all the columns. Customer key, effective date, and date, effective date, and date, and default. So, but here we need to map it, otherwise it will not allow. So, so I'll delete this. Let me see if it is there. Still let me show me. So it should map. So just delete it. And it's deleted in the field mapping. So customer key will be there, but we're not getting customer key. It will come from source, which are coming from the source. Those columns only I need to compare it. In the field mapping, I just mapped the customer ID to customer key, but this column it will not be compared here. In the retail field, I marked it as a ignore comparison. Okay, so it's all
Node.
done.
Okay.
Mm. So now we need to create mapping task. So initial and current value is name. Save it. Okay. So now let me run. So in target we don't have any data. So we have 7 records. 7 has been loaded. Okay, 7 is there. 7 has been loaded. If you see, it is created a one unique MD5 checksum value. Customer ID you are not getting why. So this is insert right. We will nothing. Customer ID, customer ID. Okay. Here we map the target column. It should be source column, right? So while mapping, you need to be very careful when you are using lookup. Okay. So you need to map only the source columns. So
Okay,
that's
okay.
why we are getting null values for the customer ID. Here also I think same. Yeah. So customer ID. Here we are not using customer ID. Okay. So if I run next time, so what will happen? So next time it should compare, right? So it will take this MD5 checksum. Okay. And while inserting, again it will compare with the source MD5 checksum value. So if it is not matching, obviously there might be some update will be there on these columns. Customer ID, name, mobile number, city. If the MD5 checksum value is same, then there is no change in the rest of the columns.
Records.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
So here we run again. Now tell me how many records it will be load here. Whether it will insert update here now.
Now, no, 0.
Why 0 records?
Because it is already there, no?
Here you don't have customer ID.
Okay.
Now we are passing customer ID, right?
All, yes. Okay,
That means
okay. Yeah,
total 7
yeah,
records will
all,
be
all
inserted.
7 records. 7 records inserted.
See, 7 it is inserted. So here we have 7. One more 7 records will be loaded. No, it will be updated. Okay. So old records along with the updated records.
Okay.
Okay. So this is how we can use dynamic lookup catcher. If you want to eliminate duplicate records, what you need to do, you need to make use of primary key column. So you don't create like SCD type 2. You just try to create just source and target. In target, you take 2 instances. Okay, so one is for insert, one is for update. That's it. Okay, and take lookup. Use dynamic lookup cache. First, you just insert it.
and you
Okay.
insert the same record in the source and
Mm-hmm.
then run the job and then see whether it is inserting or not. If it is not
Okay.
inserting, then we are eliminating the duplicate records in here itself. Okay.
Okay. Look up itself. Okay.
Yeah, look at itself, we are eliminating the duplicate record. Okay, you try that one. If you have, if you get any issues, then let me know. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So next is, so this is a persistent cache. This is also same. You just create a same mapping. You create same mapping 2 times. You go here mapping, create mapping. So also look up, then target, right? Just take any type company, employee, instead of employee, and just take same table. Look up, put an object, which is target. Now this time what I need to select. So look up persistent cache and then enable recache. So what here you can do persistent on. So what is the table variable customer dynamic. So on this name it will create a file. Okay. Then fields let it be like that. So here into that.
Just all the columns and just take. Okay, when you run this mapping, it should create one lookup directory. We go here. So it is Informatica program files, cloud secure agent, maps, data integration, data. Here it should be catches. Okay, catch. So here it will create. So this is the default folder, data integration server, data, and then catch. Okay, here it will create a catch. So if I run this,
Like parameter files. This one
mm-hmm.
is also having separate folders.
Yes. So when you're running another job, right? So if you enable the same persistent cache, so it will come here and it will check the file. So if it is file is available, this entire file it will look in the lookup cache. Database, database using Python constraint, right? Target, not target. So basically this will do. So it's like parameter only, so it will access from here. Okay. So it's not we don't use this persistent cache very regularly. Okay. Okay. This is all about lookup caches and performance tuning. This will take time again. Okay, we'll discuss in next class then this persistent. Sorry, this performance tuning. So, so today's topic is performance tuning in ISS. So how we can do performance tuning? So performance tuning is nothing but so in ISS in real time we'll be having simple jobs will be there and then intermediate business logic jobs will be there. Some backup jobs will be there and then complex jobs also will be there. Okay. So simple jobs is nothing but like one-to-one loading from OLTP to staging layers, and some intermediate jobs is nothing but doing some cleansing operation, like cleaning the data before loading into some intermediate layer. So and there will be some backup jobs also will be there. Let's say in 1 month the jobs will be running, and we might need to back up some data. Okay. So based on that also we will be creating some backup jobs and there will be some complex jobs will be there. Complex jobs is nothing but there will be dependencies will be there. So there will be multiple dependencies jobs will be there. So all the jobs will be concluded in one mapping. Okay. So in that case, so we might be doing some performance issues. Okay. There might be chances. Sometimes the database might get down. Okay, database might get down due to some memory issues. Memory issues also, the system might will get down, or there might be some integration service, ISS integration service. They might be get down due to uh, node availability. Okay. So these nodes will depending on the organization. So in some companies they will use 6 nodes. In some companies they will use 3 nodes. In some companies they will use 10 nodes. It's entirely depending on the organization structure. Okay. So how many nodes they need to use for their integration service, which is nothing but IACS. So sometimes we'll be getting memory issues on each node, or they might be getting some connectivity issues. So there might be servers might be getting down. So based on these also, we might not able to run the jobs properly. Okay. So there might be overhead will be there on the servers, integration servers or database servers. So these are the major issues we will face in real time. And if we get any bad data from source, so we might be see some discrepancy in final jobs. So all the jobs will run on production, right? So for this production also we will be having one separate layer. It's like we have seen right from stage layer. Okay, from multiple to we load into storage staging layer. From here we'll be having from other intermediate layers will be there. So these layers will depending on the project. Okay, how they want to process their data. So how want to flow the data in their integration services. So this will be decided by the project managers or in team leaders. So in each layer, we will be having different logics will be implementing. So then final layer is production layer. Production is nothing but all scheduled jobs will be running. So all the scheduled jobs here will be running. So in production layer, so the final jobs will be there, right? Each job might be depending on another jobs as well. So once the depending jobs completed, then only it will in the final production jobs will run. Okay. So if we see some, we might be seeing, let's say one job. We have designed the mapping, and it should be completed within 10 minutes. Okay, and it was running properly. So let's say almost for 1 year, it was running properly. And after that, we have seen some issues due to some memory issues or some connectivity issues. So after rectifying it, once at that time the job was running, right? So when the job is running, it is taking more than 30 minutes. Okay. So before it was taking, so after some issues, after the rectifying all the root causes, after identifying all the root causes, and the issue has been resolved from the admin teams, from IICS integration team. After that, we observed that the same job before it was running 10 minutes and now it is taking 30 minutes. So at that time, what we need to do, we need to analyze that job. What is happening? Okay. So the first thing is what you need to analyze is first you need to look transformations. So what are the transformations they are using in the mapping? And obviously we need to get source target connections. Either it is a DB, flat file, or any cloud. cloud databases. Then we need to check. So look, transformations we need to look, then source and targeted, and logic we need to check. So how the logic they have been defining. So if we have a sorter filter, so we can implement in source itself, right? So are there in any transformation they are taking extra transformations, or they are taking for simple operation they are taking some extra transformations instead of implementing in source itself. So that we need to check. So what kind of logic they are defining, and data, uh, from where the data is coming. Okay, so that we need to check, and what else we need to check. So these are the basic things we need to check. Okay, so after this, so once the job run, right, here it is taking 30 minutes. Once the job is completed, so they need to download the session log, download the log, mapping task log, and you need to analyze this. So this you need to analyze. So the main thing is after checking all these basic things. So once you download the log, this is the main thing we need to, in this log only, right, we will get all the details. So based on this log analysis, we need to take some appropriate actions. So based on this only, we need to do the performance tuning. Okay. So in this performance tuning, we have two methods. One is PDO. So before it was like PDO. PDO is nothing but push down operation. Okay. Push down optimization. So now they renamed it as SQL ETL optimization. So now in ISS, we don't see this PDO, okay? We will see only SQL ETL optimization. And the second is partitioning method. Okay. So these are all the two methods now we can see in ISS. In Informatica, we have like 4 to 5 methods was there. Same PDO partitioning and date range hash key method, and then we have some more two methods. So now in ISS they have finally configured it as only two methods. Okay, PD1 partition. So what is this PDO? Push down optimization or SQL ETL optimization. So what is this SQL ETL optimization? So when you are clear, right? Till here.
Yes, yes, I'm following.
Okay. So SQL ETL optimization. So basically we will be having here source, transformations, and then target. Okay. So when we analyze this logs, right, after downloading the logs, we need to check where while reading it is taking more time, or while transformations. In the transformation, we will implement the business logics. So here it is taking more time, or while loading it is taking more time. So that we need to observe. So how we can observe is in the source we can get busy percentage. Okay. So here we can see the busy percentage, how it is there. So whether it is nearly 100% it is taking, or 0% or 5% or 80%, 90%. So if it is 90%, it is fine. But if it is reached 100%, right? So then we can confirm that. So from source, the main issue is we are getting at source side. Okay. If it is at transformation side, so we need to think that we need to optimize the transformation logics. If it is a target side, so then we need to look at target. So either we can implement indexes or stats, anything we can implement here before loading into the target. So after loading, we need to uh, drop the indexes which we created. So okay, first thing is we need to check the busy percentage. If it is percentage is more than 100% at source, so how we can implement RISE? So we will implement this SQL ETL optimization at source side. At source side is nothing but whatever you see all the this IACS what it will do. So if you take source transformation targets anything, whatever you write some override queries, but internally this IACS it will convert all into SQL only. Okay, so in its internal only it will write all the in SQL queries only. So if you take source, so it will write like select star from source that's and that way, right? So push it will push the this is target, and in between we have transformation and it is source. So when you implement it at source side, we will get options. So when you go to this SQL ETL option, we will get here we'll get drop down here source transformation target. Okay, we'll get three options. So based on the log analysis, you need to configure the property here. If it is at 100% at source side, then here you need to select like source. So when you select source, how this internally it will convert the IACS, right? So it will convert all this target, transformation and source. It will convert all this transformation into SQL, okay? And it will push into the target, okay? All this it will take as a source and it will push to the target, which is nothing but SQL optimization at source side. And if it is transformation side, source, transformation, and then target. So if it is just we are getting the busy percentage more at the transformation level. Whenever you run job, right, in the log you might have observed, so we'll be getting threads, source, transformation, and right. Source is nothing but reader thread. So this is target is nothing but writer thread, and T is nothing but transformation thread. Okay, these thread by default it will create. Okay, so here yeah, how we will get 1 0 0 in this way, 0 1 0 0 0 1. Okay, so wherever you see one, right, first one it is a reader thread, and in between middle one is a transformation thread, and the last one is writer thread. Okay, so threads is nothing but it's a one flow, one data flow. If you are using more threads, So the data transferring will happen fastly. So if you take two flows, so instead of processing in one flow, you can process in two flows. So in this way, the data will move fastly from source to the target. Okay. And the target transformation, sorry, uh, the busy percentage is more at target. So in this time, this IACS, it will convert all the source transformation and target, all this into SQL, and it will push down to the target side. Okay. So I'll just show you this. So for performance tuning, so if it is a transformation side, okay, so if there are some logics have been implemented. So what we can do is to improve the performance, we need to use the joiner. So wherever we use this joiner, aggregator, rank, lookup, sorter, right? So we should get performance issues. Okay. So to eliminate these, if we are using joiner, so before that we have to use the sorter. Okay, if we use sorter before joiner, what will happen? The data will be sorted and it will be easy for the joiner to compare the columns, correct? So in that way, if you are using aggregator, so before aggregator also you should use sorter based on the sorting data. So it will aggregate the columns. In the same case, rank as well, in the lookup as well. Okay, to improve the performance, we will be using all these transformations. So source transformation writer. So these are the threads. So we need to see the bottleneck where the busy percentage is 100%. Either it is a reader side or transformation side or writer side. So if it is busy percentage 100 at reader side, then it is nothing but we need to implement this PDO at source side. The busy percentage at writer side, which is nothing but target. So we need to implement PDO at target level. If it is transformation side, I think we don't have. Okay. So in IACS, we don't have a transformation PDO. Okay. Only source and writer. In Informatica, we can implement at all three stages. So two methods are there: PDO, push down optimization, and partitioning. So push down optimization is nothing but converting transformation logic to SQL query and pushing down to source, target, or both sides. If you see busy percentage at both sides, reader side and writer side. So in that case, what we can do, we will have an option called both. Okay. So both is nothing but it will convert all the transformation from source to target. It will convert all into SQL queries. And we have one more method. It is a partitioning. So in partition also we'll have two methods will be there. One is key range partitioning and then fixed partitioning. Key range partitioning is nothing but, so the name itself you can see key range. So if you have some date columns, okay, so you can give some 12, 5, 20, 2000, 12, 5, 24. So we are defining the range from from starting this to the, this is ending. Okay, this is a range, right? So in between we need to do the partitioning. So it's like a key range. If not date columns, if we have a some transaction IDs will be sequenced as transaction IDs. Let's say some this range to from this range. So if we know the range, then we can use this key range partitioning, or else you can use fixed partitioning. Fixed partition is nothing but we can define this only on the flat file. If it is a flat file, okay, so then we can go with fixed partitioning. Fixed partition is nothing but by default we'll be having 1, 2, 3, 4. So we just need to define the sequence here. If it is 1, so this ISS it will understand that it is nothing but half. Suppose you have a 100 records, okay, so it will take 1 to 50, 51 to 100. Okay, this we will mention it as one partition. If you mention 2, it will do 100 by, it will partition in two parts, 1 to 50, 5 to 100. No, sorry. 1 is nothing but it entirely 1 to 100. Okay, that is one partition. If it give 2, it will take 1 to 50, 51 to 100. Okay, this is like 2. This is only 1. If you mention 3, it will divide 1 to 35, 36 to like 75, 75 to 100. So this is 3 partitions. If you give 4, 1 to 25, 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100. This is like 4 partitions. So partition is nothing but all run parallelly. So when you run the job, it will create threads, right? Source, transformation, writer. Okay. So this fixed partition is at target side. If you are doing partition at target level, so what it will do? In target level, instead of one thread, it will create another one more thread based on the partitions how many you have given. If you give 4, right, so it will create 4 parallel writer threads. Okay, so in this way the data will load very fastly. Got it?
Yes. So can we
Yeah,
set the partition number based on the number of records dynamically?
but we don't know, right? We don't know, right, how many records we will get.
Yeah, but that is
If
based
you
on expression. Can we count?
No, if it is a simple job, then you can get the count. But if it is a complex job, so how you will know?
Okay.
But we can define it. Uh, let's say if you take a fixed partition, okay. So once you run the job, you will know the count there, correct? So
Yes.
in the first
Yes.
run, so how many records has been loaded? What is the record count that you can see, correct? Yeah, based on that also you can define the partition level here. So how many you want partitions? So if it is a date level also, yes, you will know. So in the target, so what is the key range starting? What is the end range? Yes, you can also define the key range there. Okay.
Okay.
So the maximum partitions is 64. So till 64 partitions you can create in IACS. And all these are pass through only. It's like partition is nothing but only pass through. So we will not have any logics in between there again. So it's all pass through only. If it is a relational source, you can go with key range partition. If it is a flat file, you can go with fixed partitions. Okay. So the maximum partitions it will allow 64. So under schedule option, we'll have option called SQL ETL optimization. So there we can define this key range partition. Use a blank value for the start range to indicate the minimum value. Use a blank value for the end range to indicate the maximum value. If you are going with key range, right, at the starting you can define just like 0 and you can give in between the date range, and at the last you can define just 0, which is nothing but that is the maximum till end it will take. Okay, so fixed partitions, you need to observe some key points here. The maximum number of partitions that could be specified is 64 only. If the mapping includes multiple sources, okay, specify the same number of partitions for each source so that the data is processed in consistent pipelines. Partitioning is not supported when mapping uses a parameterized source or source query. So if we have these two, we cannot implement the partitioning because these parameters will take from other files, right? And this query, source query also, we will be writing here some other queries. So if you do partitioning, we will get data consistency. So you need to make sure whenever you are going to implement PDO, so you need to make sure all these things. Partitioning is not supported when mapping includes hierarchical parser or web service transformations. Parameters cannot be used for key range values. If you have parameters, you define the parameter as a date column, okay? So in that case, you cannot use key range as a date. So these are the limitations we have. And so at RDMS level, how you can implement the performance tuning? How we can do that? Indexes you can create, collect stats you can create explain plan, and you will do the partitioning database level also, right? So you will use SQL hints to improve the query performance. So these all we will see in the while if you are a SQL developer, you might be familiar with all these things, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. And we can go with error handling and stop on errors also. So in this way also we can handle the smooth data flow. Sessions are classified into fatal or non-fatal errors. Fatal errors is nothing but integration service would stop the session, service reading or writing, and roll back all the data is not committed on target side. So fatal errors is nothing but the errors which will come from the integration service itself. Okay. So those errors we call it as a fatal errors, like metadata missing for source target table definitions or connection access issues. So we will be defining all these, right? Connection details and what is the table definition. We will be defining all things. So all these will be stored in integration servers. Okay. So while we are running the job, the Informatica is not able to communicate it, okay, to the integration servers or else the connection, whatever we defined it. If it is not able to communicate properly, then it is a fatal errors. There are some non-fatal errors. The error won't stop the session. Instead, it would capture the bad or rejected records and load valid data into the target. We can set the session properties to halt or limit the errors. So non-fatal errors is nothing but which we will define it in the mapping, which we will not define. Those are fatal errors, which we can control the errors, which is nothing but non-fatal errors. Like in sessions, we can create stop, so metadata missing for source or target definition, table or view doesn't exist, stop on error like 0, 1, 2. In error handling, we can go select this option, stop. So we should give this values 0, 1, 2. 0 is what if you don't have any uh, errors. So if it is 0 errors, we are allowing. If it is 1 error, so we should stop it. Okay. Abort. Abort is nothing but to kill the process. Error. If the condition not satisfied, the session will fail with warnings and the good data will be loaded into the target. So this is just an example. If salary less than 1000, 1500, and what you need to get error like salary is less than 1500, comma salary. One or many conditions satisfies, this will load the valid records and fails. Okay, this is like stop an error on one. If salary less than 1500, abort. So if you want to abort it, if you are getting salary less than 1500, so how we can abort? You need to write abort salary is less than 1500. This is the uh, value you will get common salary. If it is greater than, then it will take obviously the salary date only. So one condition satisfies, this will abort the entire session and revokes the processed records. So it will not load any records into the target table. But here error is nothing but it will allow the records. Only valid records only it will allow, and then it will fail the session. It will fail the entire job. Okay. If you abort it, this will not at all process any valid records. Directly it will revoke all the process data and it will abort the job. Okay, this is the difference between stop, abort and error. Clear?
Okay.
So let's see how we can implement this push down optimization and partitioning. So what mappings we have here? So what I'll do, I'll just create one mapping. So okay, this is a simple mapping. So what I'm doing, I'm just loading from source to the target. Okay. So when I create a mapping task for this, click on next and runtime options. Here we will get it. You see SQL ETL optimization. Okay. So click on this, you will get this. So SQL ETL optimization type. To source to targets full. Full is nothing but both to source and target. Or if you want to pass this as a parameter. Okay. So that also we can define. Let's say to source. And this is trial version, right? We don't see all this optimization context type fallback option. Mm. Save it. I'll run this. So it has loaded the data. Now, if you download the session log, you can see the difference. So this is the task name. Okay, started by username. session. So started SQL ETL optimization. Okay. So what this is doing, so here it is creating the SQL select statement, select source table and column name. Okay, and it is writing, and so how many columns we have? We have more columns, right? From the source table. Here also you can see the driver for the database connection and transformation source is Oracle, right? So ODBC style is SQL ETL. So now we have used SQL ETL optimization, right? So it has taken SQL ETL. So SQL ETL optimization feature is supported only for certain types of ODBC source and targets. Okay, now it has written SQL select statement, and then it has done SQL ETL optimization. Partitioning, we haven't given any partitioning. One second, let me connect.